What's good? How's it going, guys? It's here on the Quick Esports broadcast, and we're going through, of course, the FACEIT Master Qualifiers tournament. Yesterday, we had the Swiss series. Of course, we were seeing who would qualify to the bracket, not knowing that everybody would be qualifying to the bracket. So relatively low stakes there. I think what we ended up playing for was to see who would get one of 3 round 1 buys. One of them, I believe, was the main Quick Esports team. I'm not much mistaken. So I think here we're starting with Quick Academy.
Yeah, it's great to see these guys perform. As you know, Quick are the main team for a reason. They're such high caliber players, but to see the Academy team, always has been picked up for their potential and, their far kind of reaching impact, the Quick believe in them. And they have a quite interesting first matchup here against Lil Ducks. They have a very big roster, to be honest, but their current lineup they're putting in for this map, first up being Li Zhang Tower, is Jinx, Aku Fastlayer, Tobzi, Mayo, and NRG. A lot of names I've seen around the scene. And all those people that I've seen play, be real force of nature individually in their matches on those kind of respective teams. But looking to kind of see what impact they can pump out here on this classic Hazard Mirror, except I believe that is Clickard on the Farah. Just shake things up a little bit here.
Spamming rockets in as of now. It's an aggressive engage here from NRG. Lil Ducks wanting to go first and already winning out this poke war. Nikachu going down, not the start that I think Quick Esports would have wanted. And that might just be it for this first fight. Yeah, they're going to back off into now. Quick Academy, yeah. Okay, so what we're seeing is with this Farah, then we're going to have to want to see Boosted just only spam, basically. Okay, it goes over to the Genji, so it is back to the standard. You have more consistent cycles, so the only difference now is going to be the Juno versus the Kiriko.
Yeah, that Juno wants to be a lot more brawly, but Elku should have a lot more survivability coming out on the hero. Right now, they're kind of being stuffed across this bridge, looking to rotate left side, get themselves actually fighting on the point. They're all so stacked up at the moment, not able to control enough angles to really get any aggression going, but they're finally making their way onto the point here.
Yeah, just getting some early poke through onto the tanks. Jinx not going to be knocked down too low. Neither is Matchu, so it is just about seeing how long this poke phase can be extended for. It's going to rush invested as the engage comes through.
Yeah, there's no real easy ult to exchange for Lil Ducks. They have to give the point instead, backing all the way up. It's bought now Quick Esports Academy so much space to work with. Mashing out on their bridge. He's trying to ice it someone. There's the Genji deflect force, but a wall is going to take him low cleanse to try and keep him up at the moment. And now Maya was rounding up, screaming towards the orbital raid to unleash, so someone has to fight in the meantime. But no, Tobzi is taken out. Click on in the meantime. Jinx following up onto X-Ross as well. Can any trades come through to buy them some more precious time? No, it's looking very unlikely as Jinx is on a tear at the moment. They do get themselves a cheeky 25% progress, but it's not the kind of fight you want. And the ult situation is still even across the board. It's still anyone's game at this point.
That it is, but Lil Ducks having a bit of a lead on more than a couple of these check marks, most notably having that orbital ray is going to mean that they are in the lead. Best case scenario here for Quick Esports is just finding a positive ult trade, right? If you go like 3 for 5, for example, that would be perfect for you. But even more than that, obviously they want to get a pick to start things off. X-Ross looking with a railgun, but hasn't connected it just yet.
Yeah, now Tobzi has a lot of rails to work with this overclock. Going to funnel the entire Quick Academy back inside the silver Matchu, falling so low, not able to get the care in time. That's tragic, and now this could really snowball and spiral out of Quick Academy's hands. These late staggers can make this become a last fight situation. Jinx throwing in the downpour to really ensure that happens, and now it's going to be a rather scuffed tut situation to come through from someone in Quick Academy.
Like 20% left to go. Yes, Matchu. Actually, no. In fact, they'll have a very good touch, right? It's not going to be perfect, but they have such a huge amount of ults that they're going to be okay anyway. They can like beat first and just keep running through, and as long as they don't die to the NRG blade, they're still kind of pickle chilling.
Yeah, and there's the first couple ults, downpour and the overclock. But yet again, it's Tobzi just uncontested in the background, find the first pick onto Clickard over and over again. It's been deja vu this entire fight, but again, another bit of reflection here. The entirety of Lil Ducks fleeing from the crime scene as Elku invest the Kitsune rush. And I think Lil Ducks had to be pretty happy to kind of get that ult out for free. Not a single warm body dropped, and now they get to re-engage with that blaze still in their back pocket and rounding up to another orbital ray.
Yeah, I'm assuming they have a great ult trade here for Lil Ducks. You have to just slow play until you get that ray online. When you have that, you're comfortable. But until then, it's just going to be this poke across the bridge, which is really, really risky. Matchu overextends, and because of that, Quick Esports now are very much on the back foot.
they're trying to turn this around there with a beat blade combo, but Clickard not able to find anything. Finally, though, gets the finishing blow onto Topsy. The menace at the moment taken up by Elku. I'm not sure how they managed to fall there, but it's going to take a miracle to even get this point going. And it's a 2 versus 5, and the NRG Blades looking to make those numbers even lower on the side of Quick Academy. Matthew has back on the Panic Doomfist, but not able to turn that one around. And it's just been a really kind of, I think maybe stagnant is the word used for Quick Academy. A lot of the times their fights just took so long, Spectral. They couldn't really ever seem to build any kind of momentum off their ults or off their initial engages.
Exactly what I wanted to mention, right? They seem so, I would say, reticent to play, right? They're playing like really, really pokey. It's really cautious, but that's kind of not how you play this comp, right? It has pretty strong poke in it. I didn't have having the Soju and the Genji, all that kind of stuff. But you're supposed to kind of run at people, right? You have to play really decisively, proactively. And if you try and play reactively, then your opponent's going to do something proactive that's going to ruin your day. It's exactly what we're seeing, especially when you've got this Kiriko. And you really have to be pressing the W key. Because in the slow fights, the Juno's going to outvalue. She's going to charge her ult before you, and then her ult is also better. So you need to be like really committing to these like Genji Lucio flanks and just like really running somebody over. See how it works out for them here. Still playing this Kiriko style, where the Juno's kind of harder to scale onto, and also is going to provide more healing.
Yeah, you can see this hands just poking and prodding at each other. Machu, though, on the back foot at the moment. Will anyone from Little Ducks overstep? No, and Machu again taken out so early. The initial engage, they just take that brawl fight that Juno comp is so happy to just, play slow, play as they like. And yes, Mayo does give their life for it, but the first point will go the way of Little Ducks here, and it's not the right foot you want to start off at the moment.
It's really not ideal at all. You're going to get a relatively fast touch. Your Genji of boosted is going to be back relatively quickly, and Elku is doing a great job in charging towards that ult. The Jinx is just going to get shot out for now. Quick Esports. Oh,
yeah, finally Exros getting the better of their counterpart across the field. It's going to take them low, but right now the main damage of Little Ducks is down, so it's all going to be on something from NRG and Jinx getting a hit coming through. They are still holding on to this point, but eventually their ping-ponging will come to an end, and Quick Academy will now start building up percentage for their own. And Elku does have this Kitsune Rush needed to spiral this into further overtaking the lead over Little Ducks here.
Yeah. Just back and forth so far. Kitsu pop. So is going to be a disengage. No one's re-engaging. So yeah. Okay, you bought the space, but you need to get a kill for this realistic.
Energy, yes.
There you go.
Nice wall there coming out from Matthew to really block NRG's escape there. But again, you really have to be nervous for Elku. Everyone their rush has been kind of disengaged, and it comes down to a nice wall and follow up to shut that one down. But Little Ducks with his orbital ray have been so much better at playing off of that pressure. So it's going to take Nikachu's beat here to re-sustain that, but also you have to have some kills coming through, or you have to give the point. It looks to be the second option they're attempting to do here, but they are now really stuffed in an awkward situation.
They are stable. They will be able to go in with the Hazel. If they catch anybody, that will force a beat from Aku. Nikachu will have a better one. They walk as fast as they can. Exros finds a pick.
And what a nice downpour there. Catch on the super, the beat is good. And Matthew walked into the wall there. Jinx finding 2 kills. And the Ajax came through. That's so unfortunate, but a great play to notice that's the win condition and completely just suppress that value from getting online.
Yeah, about both teams getting to about that halfway mark. Obviously, Lil Ducks are going to get a little bit further. Jinx, Topsy can basically pop their ults for free now, right? There's no beat to counter it out. Quick Esports choked out, have to go for this long rotation. And it's just so far. It's so much time off the bank, and they'll be able to make it. Now they're just choked off once again. Yeah,
it's all going to be an Elku Suzu to deny that downpour, but now they have, that rush to play off of. It's now do or die, but there's an overclock they have to face if they want to get value. Again, Matthews is just being stuffed back, so much damage being put out, but no kills. Exros has their overclock in their back pocket. The rush is fading out. Will be the next ult to come through. It is going to be the overclock. Again, just flesh wounds at the moment. Blood being drawn, but bodies not being dropped. Except there it is Clickard fighting the first blow. Toby's down, but again, Shinx trying to look to trade. Its comp is so volatile on how much these trades can come through, but Quick look to finally be in the lead here. Jinx is falling so low, almost down to 0 there. Will Exros getting that last few pixels off the health bar, and finally Quick will buy themselves some breathing room here.
They will. Maya, Akufast there, of course, both going down. Even though there is this Sojourn angle here, there's not much that either side can do about the other. Topsy going to back off. and Matthew can't eat all the damage, so it has to give him choke for free. They have to play these point angles, which, to be fair, is comfortable for your Genji. Boosted, obviously, the only ult you've got. You need this Dragon Blade to find some value.
And you have the downpour to worry about. I mean, Aku and Nikachu are both kind of getting close to their ults, but Mayo is only 20% away from another orbital ray, and Jinx is already on the point. Machu always seem to kind of have the momentum against it, but Exros, the equalizer of it all, able to escape from that wall as well. And finally, Exros really coming alive against how dominant Tobiz was in that first point, but a nice downpour catches onto him, and now that hero is gone for Quick Academy Esports. Who else will step up now?
Maybe nobody. There's Ray and Downpour, I believe. Boosted's Blade is good for the one, just stripping Mayo outside of...
Was there another Ajax again?
Oh, dear lords. This is not been the series you want from Nikachu so far. 99-99, maybe the Blade of NRG can turn the tables. Boosted's eliminated, and it's just this Sojourn now removed. Ball back now for Machu, but is there going to be any more touches? I kind of don't want to say so. There will be at least Elku, who does not have a chance to drop that Kitsune Rush. Now just 400 HP of Machu removed from Quick Academy. Lil Ducks going to be taking that one.
Yeah, that is honestly quite a hurdle that's now been laid, I think, in the mental pathway for the rest of this match, especially the Nikachu. Two crucial Ajaxes on one map. Well, I think she spread out across the one, the control point, or the control point, and the night market is just devastating. There's no other word for it. It's just a tragedy that you're probably replaying a little bit in your nightmares for Nikachu, but hopefully they can step up again. I think if those beats get offline, that match is a lot closer, and I think Quick Esports Academy do probably take a few rounds there. But I mean, yeah, Exros did step up. We saw Boosted or Clickard get a couple of kills here and there, but Machu and the support line did seem to really often be kind of just constantly getting hit and not really able to hit effectively back. You're more, I think you're a lot more capable of talking about how that might be, but I know that talking to Machu, he's kind of been brought in because his other tank, what's her name? Oh, my Kerfley is most known for their queen, but they also do play the hazard, but their style's a lot more aggressive. Machu has been brought in with this explicit purpose of slowing the team comp down, of playing them, more kind of procedural, but like you said, like we're kind of seeing here, it's not really working out.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see a bit of a step up from Quick Academy. I recognize it's the first game of the day. They might be kind of warming up into this, but it's not looking ideal for them so far. Remember, this all tournament is to get that Masters qualification spot, and I believe 12 people go through to Masters? 12 teams,
I believe so, yeah.
At the level we're at right now, I'm not sure I can make a strong case that Quick Academy would be in that top half or so of rosters. So I'd love to see a bit of a step up from them. I feel like if they can just play a little bit more decisively, they'll be in a great spot. And obviously, Nikachu can unfortunately clean up his act a little bit. At the end of the day, you've got to use your ultimate successfully. It's not the best analysis in the world, but it doesn't mean it's any less true.
Yeah, I think it is. It is on your Lucio here, to some extent. I think to quite a big extent, but also it is noteworthy that Little Ducks are playing pretty well in suppressing that beat and knowing that's a win condition. But yeah, Quick kind of way this needs to be their statement when they need to really show that they can hang, with the rest of the big boys. They can show this potential we know has bubbling and brewing inside them. We are seeing the match on Queen. I think that to be pretty unlikely, is unless Kerfley is unavailable. I would imagine if they are playing Queen, they would have Kerfley in. But hey, maybe they're just going to favor that flexibility a little bit more. Interesting look though so far.
I like the Tracer from Boosted if he runs out on it. I think the weakness of playing the Juno Lucio is that you can just kind of kill them, right? The Kiri is so untouchable. Juno just isn't that. And once people got used to adjusting to the Juno movement, even with the speed ring, then the Tracer just eats her for breakfast. So I expect to see Boosted find a lot of value here. And you mentioned that you didn't think the Queen would be real. Well, it seems that even with the lack of availability, they're willing to just keep on swinging with it.
Yeah, Extras also going up to this Ashe probably favors a lot more the long angles they can control on this point, but Lil Ducks are already taking these high grounds. Again, they're sticking, with this Juno comp favored, I think, for these more longer points, and Topsy definitely want to keep our eye on here. If time, every second you give away, second he's threatening at one shot across the map. Yes, Extras is a threat as well, but doesn't have that same potency on the Ashe. It's more of playing off these dynamites, playing off this kind of consistent damage from these backlines. And right now, that consistency, it just runs out at the worst time, but Jinx is actually able to be phone that time. Maya was completely zoned out there by the damage from Exros.
Yeah, and it's going to keep on keeping on by the looks of things. So they managed to get 20% or 25 approximately. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter on Flashpoint, right? That's the same as 0 because you only really need 2 fights to take a Flashpoint. The kind of silver lining is that most of Quick Academy are pretty far from their ultimates, and Matchu not being, kind of 60 on your Queenal is going to be somewhat painful. But you'll take that, absolutely. You're going to get already more than your opponents have gotten, as long as Exos doesn't overextend. Quick Academy are in a great spot.
Yeah, Exos are a lot more fragile on this Ashe, and Maya also trying to be a little bit more, healthy on this Kiriko as well. Elku, though, having that initial advantage is rounding up to a very fast Kitsune rush here. Extra set up so nice at the backline, and right now it's just a stalemate at the moment. Who'll be the first one to make a move, and maybe that's going to be with the help of Clickard's pulse on there. It goes a bit wide, though, and now they've been found out and actually give the point here. I think Matthew took too much poke, and now they're really on the threat of being the back foot unless they kind of step up here. And with Jinx going in, though, they're solo. A nice knife from Matthew. Shout invested, as is the rush, but again, the entire build block seems to just have escaped that wrath, escaped that engagement, and they're still holding on to the point.
Kitsune Rush will allow them to battle back on and try and flip the point back the other way, and especially with Topsy and Energy both going down, surely that's going to be enough. Jinx does find one trade, but it will be only the one. Great work from Lil Ducks to find that flip, right? They managed to get like 50% out of that fight. But 80% left to go, with Aku still respawning. Do you try and touch? You probably could, and it wouldn't be too bad, especially with Matthew being on his way back. It's going to be marginal.
Yeah. I think at best you really want to focus on Exros and get out a Bob here. Just force on the ult in your favor. Maybe not thinking about winning, but yeah, Jinx is back and Matthew is missing in action for the moment. Still walking back to point. Yeah, there is the Bobbums, as is Matthew. Two big boys on the field. Matthew looking for a knife, but he has to hold on to this point. The rush is out and all the kills are going the way of Lil Ducks at the moment. I mean, this is just a shooting fish in a barrel situation for Tobbs. He doesn't even need to hit the shots because already the kills have been found, and now this is really slipping away from Quick Academy here.
Boosted should have a touch. I can't imagine they can come clear him that far away, but with the triple blinks, you can still get there. You'll have Queenal, which there's basically no counter for other than Mio, of course, now on. That's Kiriko. But it's, again, really marginal. There's the overtime getting started, but what more can you get?
Yeah, now someone else really has to touch, or Clickard's life will be in tremendous peril. A slide force out there, though, that's really big. Matthew, and there's the cleanse as well. Really early from Maya, but no, the connection, it just goes so wide. Matthew just really overconfident in the ability to hit that one down. He even gives his life for that whiff as well. Unfortunate as the first flashpoint goes the way of Lil Ducks. They look better on this Queen comp, but still the flaws are remaining, and still the players from Lil Ducks are coming up huge.
I think Matthew probably should have Queen ulted when the flip went back to Lil Ducks. In that fight that they ended up losing. I think there was absolutely a window to punish, but because he doesn't go for it, instead they just end up losing it. Quick Academy will be able to be ahead in that Kitsune rush, and a pulse pick here would also be lovely. So they're not out of the woods yet by any means, but Boost is getting hard cleared here.
Yeah, really going to struggle to find that, fight-winning, game-winning pulse, especially though. Things might be opening up a bit more with Elku's rush, and I think Jinx has been isolated here, but the rest of Quick Academy are going to forego that in the choice of going to the point instead. Jinx is on the run, though, fleeing from the scene, and now with the absence of their tank, there's so much space for Matthew just to walk in and take out Mayo nice and early.
And that's going to be first cap, again, going in favor of Quick Academy. Seems like on these more or less equal positioning fights, they're able to find success. It was just a couple of mistakes made that made it that market did not go in their favor. See if they can clean some of them up here on Ruins.
Yeah, Jinx, I'm not sure what kind of bird he saw migrating and think he would have followed along. Lil Ducks is in the name, but he did kind of leave his team dead in the water at that point. Now it's going to be a big performance from him, but mostly from his supports who've been quite honest looking at these ult situations. Quick, though, are looking pretty sparse with that, so it's going to take big plays. A nice axe from Matthew, but it's not going to have to keep him alive. The rest of his team are playing so far back, he's just really being left stranded there, but Elku trying to find a way to dig them out, finds one pick, the NRG so quick to answer back with another. Nikachu speeding on in Exros, running for their life as a Bob is now on the field. Jinx is half HP, but not low enough to really being stopped from taking out Exros, as Toby's will also collect the soul of Nikachu. And Quick Academy do collect 95% of themselves on the point here. They invest a lot to stall it out.
Yeah, Little Ducks are going to have a pretty significant ult advantage here. Best case scenario for Quick, obviously, is that Little Ducks or like DC. But, past that, it's that there's a heavy ult spend coming through from Little Ducks, so that in the next fight, there's going to be more of an even Stevens kind of scenario. OC pops, but it will buy space.
Yeah, I do really hope the Curfley being missing is him actually going over right now to all the individual members of Little Ducks PC, because yeah, the ult situation is not looking good, but it is looking better now being able to kite out Toby's array, especially now Nikachu's found the first moment. NRG disconnected from the rest of the flock is here, and he shall fall. The rest of his pals, though, trying to get some revenge there. Tobsy will take out Exros, but it's 97% on the point. Can the touch him come through? Yes, overtime will be triggered. Elku the first use their rush. Mayo instantly with the response. Jinx still has this ult in his back pocket, and Matthew's forward was able to unleash his. Matthew really going in deep there. Thought he could have more backup. The team walk on the rush, but the connection, it's just not there. And the connection from the rest of the bullets and the blows of Little Ducks is all too strong, leaving more than bruises as the rest of this flashpoint looks to be going in their favor, especially with Nikachu falling pretty late. I think a touch can come through, though.
It can, yeah, and they'll have the rampage for it. No sound barrier just yet, but Aku Fastly, especially if he plays heavy for the poke, heavy for the heals, will be able to match it in time. A bit of an awkward fight here, boosted. I think has maybe got to start thinking about the Genji once again.
Yeah, and there's the other Genji on the field. Just get hit by that Queen ult, but has the blade to keep him alive. NRG still has his blade in that pocket. We're going to leave it there for the time being, as the rest of the team will do enough off of the back of the poke and the hazard ult there from Jinx to claim their second flashpoint. And Quick, it's been 99-99 for 2 flashpoints in a row now, and even the control point, but they need to be getting these last few percentages. They can't keep on choking at the worst possible moments.
Seeming like they just got some negative clutch gene going on right now. No other way of describing it, unfortunately. But every time the going gets tough, it's Lil Ducks who are the ones who get going. Bob popped early. We'll buy them some space, but I'm sure it's just the energy. Angling for a blade. Great pick from Machu.
Yeah, NRG actually got completely spit by that Bob as well. Nice recognition there from Machu to pick it up and translate it into a kill. And that means when the Little Ducks are down one of their crucial ultimates, so their retouch is really weakened right now. The point is still yet to be unlocked, so Quick Academy are not going to get this much point percentage, and NRG's already back in the fray.
Yeah, that they are. They've got basically nothing from it, and Elku going down means that Quick Academy won't be able to win out this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is just a brutal guillotine swung down there by Tobsy, and I mean, this guy has been just putting in the work on the Sojourn. Exros, yeah, this Ashe is maybe more of a comfort thing, but right now you need more than just a hero to comfort. You need a blanket, a warm bottle of milk, everything, because right now it's all slipping away from you, and this is really going to fall apart as they're basically pushing up into the spawn here. A really aggressive early hold, translating into so many staggers, so much percentage, just building for Little Ducks here on this third and really likely final point, unless it's a big rush here from Elko.
I mean, it's got to be that, right? There's no other way of winning this fight out. Realistically, you're behind on ults, you're behind on positioning. And mechanically, it has been Little Ducks who've had the lead as well. Just dominating their opponents here in this double Elan bracket. Exos dead already.
Yeah, just the camaraderie, the same-mindedness there from NRG and Jinx to pull the blade and run it down into the spawn. Yes, actually, they do manage to sneak a flip to come through and buy themselves a breath, but can they do enough to turn around that? Will the oxygen run out before they get a go? Elku, though, trying to get them some fresh air, but Jinx is already in their face. Nice able to TP away there for the time being, but right into the crosshairs of Tobsy. The beat is out from Nikachu. The Exros is not the recipient of it, though, and will fall. Now, Academy are down 2 members. Can anyone try and turn this around? No, it's just Tobsy yet again. Absolutely taking them to town, and that's the second map for Little Ducks here.
Yeah, that it is. I think it's not going great. There's unfortunately very few silver linings we can get going here, right? Because they are winning fights. That's definitely true from Quick Academy. But especially when you're playing Queen Comp, you're going to have fights which you kind of just win off of like a right click or off of ult advantage, right? The real kind of test is when you're winning like disadvantage fights or even fights. And that's just not that consistent for them.
Yeah.
So that's something we're going to have to see worked on if we do, or if they do want to come back, right? If they do want to make a deeper run throughout this bracket, because right now, unfortunately, like I said, I'm struggling to find that kind of silver lining in this Dark Cloud.
Yeah, it is quite the tempest that Quick are having to weather at the moment. They really need to try and find the calm the storm, try and get their way, get their heads back in the game. Honestly, these are all young players or players, that are really should be hungry to go into this win. And I think I do have questions, like you said, what is happening in these neutral fights? I'm glad we've got those situations. Maybe here's a silver lining: we're getting beats offline. We're getting the rushes actually getting value. The Bob is getting value. The Queen ults, struggling a little bit here and there. But, the ults are getting fixed. So maybe, it just take a map at a time. Last map, when the ults coming, this map, there weren't any neutral fights happening. Maybe third map is where Quick will get it all sorted out in the bag, but it's going to be quite a feat, like you said. And I believe our third map as well is going to be Colosseo. So maybe we'll see a Machu Bull come out. He has been known to kind of play that here and there, and maybe a different look, a different kind of, a headspace is what you need, but I really failed to see that Hazard won't just kind of be the strongest pick on here. And Little Ducks, like you said, Spec, and you can see pretty clearly they're just so much more confident on that hero.
Haz is pretty good. If you're good at Haz, you're probably in a pretty good spot this meta, right?
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I think some of the reason we see teams like Amplify make it through to OWCS NA is because they're good at Haz. They've rolled a good meta for them. And, if they'll be able to continue with that, then, all props to them. If you're not rocking with it as much as maybe Quick isn't, then this is kind of the flip side of that, right? He's so dominant that you don't really have any strong alternatives. You don't have anything else to go towards. So, Haz is good, but you can also do this. It just Haz is good.
Yeah.
I guess you could try a Malga. We've seen them try a Queen, but it's not what you love to see. It's not ideal. And unfortunately, I think that separation is what's biting them in the behinds.
Yeah, the hero pools really the Venn diagram that a lot of Machu and Curfly have. There's just a hole in the middle that just has it. Neither of them particularly thrive on this hero, and we're kind of seeing that really bloom pretty nasty fruit here. These couple maps, like you said, I think Hazard is just so dominantly strong. I think there is some maps of some counterplay where we can see it come through, like the more super long dive heavy maps. But even there, he's still such a viable option. And when you're looking as good at him as Jinx, it's a threat. As well as, the hit scan department, I just have not really seen that much faith in Ashe. Every time we see the hit on Sojourn, she's just, sliding on butter, getting away, having a nice wave on the jump out. Ashe as the coach gun doesn't really get her that far, especially in the spacing of Hazard and Genji. And if there's not, she just doesn't want to be in this kind of close quarters encounters. So questions about composition, questions about execution, and not very many answers at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see what Colosseo will bring us shortly.
Yeah, we can do is wait and see. You have a lot of compositional options here, but none of them are really great options. There's a lot of options that are put firmly in the okay tier, but great is kind of just go play Haz. Which is exactly what they're going to do, thankfully.
Yeah.
Elku is going to be on that Kiriko we've seen from them before. Remember, we have seen generally Mayu has been leaning towards that Juno. Generally, what I like to see is Genji into the Kiriko and Trace it into the Juno, just because I find the matchups are a bit more comfortable. Nikachu, I would be very, very surprised if it isn't just Lucio. And it's exactly what it's going to be. Neither team going for a Sim TP, neither team going for a Juno ring. The map geometry doesn't really allow it. And so instead, we're in the full mirror to see if Quick Academy can get the reverse sweep started or not here on Colosseo.
Yeah, it's going to be a raw, honest, and grueling journey to get them started off here. And run again, looking to see if they can maybe flip the map here, but no, it's Nikachu already flipped onto their back. An innocent little turtle shut down by Jinx, and Jinx is just on a tear at the moment. He is not going to take this, make this delay at all. He's hungry to end this all now, and it feels like every time we're just seeing the same tale being woven. Jinx goes in, gets a hit with the help of a rail from Extros, from the Genji dash, and it's just a clean execution, and there's no real pushback from Quick Academy.
No, not too much they can do to stop it. We'll see if they can at least force the opponents back to Archway, because that's the first step. Mayo just overextends. That's a big feed.
Yeah, and Clickard, don't know how hungry they are, but when you put a feast like that in front of him, he is going to devour Machu as well. You can't always rely off the first couple picks to see where there's kind of, where the story goes in terms of these fights. There's so many trade opportunities for both teams, but Quick Academy will have a steady hold on that fight here.
I'm curious to see what the setup is like for Quick Academy, because they realize, I hope, that they can't actually establish proper high ground control. They're too far back for it. So I assume they're going to force cart out as far as they can and then drop back. Just play this longer sight line as hard as they can.
Yeah, but already they're kind of having to give space because, like, you can see that Sojourn up on that high ground, just peppering them down. Eventually, though, Topsy will drop and they have to rank against the point, and now they're walking straight into a Kitsune Rush, which Mayo has no real answer for. Matthew again, so low, and there's the disengage. Can they get the lead off it? It's looking plausible, but unlikely, as now Jinx will throw themselves onto the point. Now with the backing of the Overclock, searching, hunting for some shots, not finding the connections, but they're just buying so much space, and now Mayo has that rush ready to go, unleashing it. Surely some kills will come up. Matthew trying to back off, and the boosted, not going to step up, not going to step back and step up even against NRG. That's the kind of fight you need. Nikachu with a much later beat as well. It's all going the way of Quick Academy. No disasters, no tragedies. All smiles on their players' faces at the moment, especially if Cards is able to be kept alive. And that's the kind of fight you need to see, Spectron.
Exactly what you need to see.
Until
Obviously,
Matthew
lead going in favor of Quick Academy. Yeah, he just feeds. There's no other way for it.
Oh.
Back up as far as you possibly can. I assume the trade onto Jinx would be nice, but you're not going to get it. So you need to disengage. You need to back off, but Bruce is trying for it, but I think he's just sold his life. Yeah.
Exros is trying to turn this around, but it's going to be a tall order. He's even going to pop the overclock, all confidence running through his bones at the moment. Body shot, but no, it's a double kill from the boop of Aku Fast. They're collecting names themselves. Please know more your name is already far too long, but yeah, I mean, that's just a bit of hubris. I think that confidence was finally starting to come back, and it seems to really bite them, honestly.
Indeed. Little Ducks, I mean, I assume that they're going to get a lead here once again, but it is awkward for them. It's not means guaranteed, but if Elku goes for the Kitsune, then Jinx can respond with that downpour to cancel out almost entirely.
Yeah. And actually, Quick have held on to the lead in this meantime. They've had to restore back to this neutral fight we see all so often on Colosseo. But it's all going to be on this initial Kirika rush to find value, and it's actually going to only result in the kill from Exros. NRG just staring contest off with Nikachu, then knowing the boop was not a follow-up kill there. But can anyone turn it around? It's going to all be on Clickard. Finding one, finding two. Nikachu making that a third as well. The resets are coming up through, but it's going to be enough. Aku on a last sliver of HP, so resilient, but not so enough. And I mean, Clickard, that's the kind of performance you need. That's the kind of, backing you need for the confidence you had that last fight to hold so long, and actually will get to extenuate their lead here.
Yeah, able to just keep it enough, right? They unfortunately are trading out far too much to actually be able to get these long pushes because the respawns are there. They're too powerful. But at the end of the day, they're able to maintain the lead, get time off the bank, and maybe start farming towards ults. Obviously, Lil Ducks have a lead in terms of that manner. So all you're looking to do with your Quick Academy is, again, farm ults, burn time.
Yeah, that stopwatch swing, and you have to just keep it rolling, and that's how you want to do it. Nice opening from Exros to take out the main healing factor from Lil Ducks. Now the health bars will be low, but can they manage to get anyone else's lower in their last few moments? No. I mean, there's a trade there onto Clickard, but he's able to make it a two-man advantage. Aku, though, investing the beat. I'm not sure where that decision came from, but doesn't seem to be paying off. Aku fleeing the scene of the crime as well, hopefully to get her team into safety as well. But now here's the danger back into the fight is Tobsy with this overclock, but a nice disengage from the rest of Quick Academy.
Indeed, they managed to get the back up at least. And remember, Quick Academy all the while have been able to do exactly what they're looking to. Just burn some ultimates of their opponents, burn time. So now they are of own ult advantage themselves. They decide to beat into the Kitsu, but I don't think you actually kill there, surely. It's just going to be Jinx who holds block in the front line and backs up.
Yeah, just a neutral exchange of the ults there, but now it's all going to be on these downpours and how they're executed. Or, actually, Elku has this rush as well to unleash. That could be the real turning factor unless NRG builds the blade in rapid speed and gets even more rapid with some slashes and dash. Right now, they're just kind of being forced to permanently run away, and Matthew now has forced out back cleanse. He now has the option for the downpour. Who will he choose to unleash? Your Jinx, so low. But now NRG is in the backline. Matthew, though, a nice downpour doesn't actually catch anything, though. Able to be skirted over the last moment. A nice movement coming out, but you can't run from Clickard. You can't hide from him as he'll get the first blood. And Jinx running, scaling the walls, trying to do all the parkour to get away, but it's going to be Quick now threatening this point capture on a third map here.
That's, yeah, exactly what's going to happen, actually. I mean, it's been much more confident for them here. It seems like this kind of very reactive side of play is really nice when you have a lead, right? Because it helps you maintain it so efficiently. Matchu does have to carry his life a little bit, and Exros just ripping the OC will give them that forward cap.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of be worried about your defense a fair bit when you get an offense like this from Exros. You know, you can take a moment to breathe. You can take a moment to relax, especially now that you're getting past that bot scratch period on the bot here, getting a third lead. Now you only have 3 minutes on the clock for the Little Ducks to re-amount their attack. Quick, we'll just run for the hills, run to get back into the greeting arms of Machu, and again probably just play this neutral.
It's been what's working out for them in the past. Little Ducks, to break it, will probably have to need to spend. And, forcing to spend is exactly what you want here. Is Little Ducks having 5 chat marks means that if you don't make them make some sort of financial mistake, they will just begin to rotate you out of the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first investment from Little Ducks. It's the rush, but able to be pretty nicely kited out there by every member of Quick Academy. And now Elku and Nikachu are re-attacking the counterattack. Can it draw anyone to the floor? There's the blade from NRG, though, backed up by that beat. And Mayo actually find Nikachu, but not before they can take out that blade. But Machu is so solo, getting shoved into a corner. Lunch money stolen by Mayo. And now it's a disadvantage for Quick Academy. Can they find the turnaround? But no, Aku will find one. Get trades, though, and now it's only Clicker left on the point. Just looking to buy some time, stagger onto this point as long as they can. Maybe to get one more trade. There's the cleanse force, but can it result in a kill? No, unlikely. And now Little Ducks have gotten past this initial neutral, but look at all these high grounds for Quick Academy to work from.
It is a very comfortable spot to defend from. But having no Genji, no Lucio makes mounting any sort of actual defense pretty hard, right? The cart has kind of got through the hardest part to walk through. Once you're under the bridge, you can't actually get shot. So Little Ducks have kind of dodged the large amount of the danger.
Yeah, they're going to have to play back in this neutral now. Just all those high ground positions, too much to work through. The wall from Jinx just completely suffocating Machu there. The damage all too great. And I mean, talk about great. That was how the start was going for Quick Academy, but looking how fast Little Ducks are rounding towards that point capture. Yes, have the butt scratch to get through, but now you have to be worried for Clickard. But I mean, his blade, that's going to be pretty reassuring, but Nikachu falling now, you have the anxiety back. Now so low, able to get away with the cleanse as well. Everyone's so low for Little Ducks, and Elku and Clickard will finally be able to answer upon that call.
Indeed, Boosted finds a nice couple kills to clean things up, and though it is almost forward spawns unlocks, I believe, it's not actually enough to matter, right? It's still like the only thing that matters is the lead. There's a minute left to go. Quick Academy are at a pretty decent spot in terms of their check marks, but here, this fight, they shouldn't spend a thing at all. They should only focus on getting the best ult lead they can and as much distance as they can. Because once it gets into OC, that's when they can just nuke Lil Ducks from space, right, by massively overspending.
Yeah, this is kind of, you're happy to lose the battle but win this war. Machu is going to try and put some pressure on, try and force out an ultimate, but no, Elku's spending that Kitsune Rush in a position they're looking to really grow their lead, and rather just holding on to it. That could really, really spell disaster for them. And I mean, they do get out of responding Kick Rush out from Mayo. Hopefully no further investments, but Machu will get a trade at the end of it all. 15 seconds left on the clock. It will be overtime. Little Ducks will have to make their grand re-attack, but I think you'll probably be wishing that you did have that Kitsune Rush for this possible last fight here.
I think you probably will be, from both sides, realistically. Overtime already started. They are going to be staying on. Quick Academy ramp route isn't going to connect into anyone.
Yeah, but Jinxes, though, I think will have more success, and as on to Nikachu. They don't have the beat to get, and Exros is now overclock is all by their lonesome. They will be reunited back in this room. NRG just racking up kills, and it held them to their blade as well. Another big investment that just falls flat here. Not looking really good. The investments, the spending just kind of all going haywire for Quick, and now they only have this blade beat combo to come up against. It's still going to be a 2-for-2 ult trade, but that big advantage that you had is now gone. It's back in the neutral, and Topsy looking to make that a slope to fall down. The beat there is good from Nikachu.
Topsy goes down low, but will be able to survive at least for now. Exros goes for an aggressive slide and will be punished for his boldness. Boosted tries to get that sword fight going on, but it seems to be neutral. Both Genji's resheathing the blade at just the wrong time. But it seems like NRG and Boosted have decided to call it peace for a second. Elku finds the kill onto Aku fastly, and there's nobody else who can touch. Quick Academy able to squeak out a win here on Colosseum, but I gotta say that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah. We'll say it's for the content because last fight was was a bit of a treat. We saw some funny shenanigans come out from those Genjis, but yeah, they could have really just not made that such a mess. It really did come down to Machu getting those kills and a rather messy overtime commitment. And I think also a bit of a feed there, a bit of a really hastily made plan to kind of just run it down with overclock when they have beat. I can see the idea, but it just did not come into fruition there. Now reverse sweep on the card, Spectrum.
I was gonna say that's not my name. I also gonna say I feel like I might sneeze, which is really annoying. You're
yeah,
like halfway there, you're not over the line. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
But no, a reverse sweep is a possibility here. Is it a likelihood? That's the real question. Because Colosseum feels like it's more of a map. Wait, okay.
You got this. Let's go.
There we go. That was building for a while there. But the Colosseum was a map where you can just sit there and kind of play static, like we were saying, and it kind of was going to work out. Now you're getting picked against, and you do the same.
Yeah, it's going to be Samoa that we're going to, I believe. Although, to be honest, I don't have a... Okay, it is Samoa. I don't have the most faith in the gospel that is the FACEIT map. But Samoa is pretty interesting because I think for a lot of... I think maybe for what's the point with like the coconuts that fall at the end of when you capture the control point. Do you know that one? The name of that one? It's completely the control point on Samoa where the coconuts fall when you capture the control point at the end. On the beach.
I think that's called Beach. I don't know.
It's called Beach.
The one I know is Volcano. It's Volcano and the other ones in my head. I can't lie.
Yeah, Volcano and.
Let's Google.
It's all just completely gone. But I guess we'll see in a second. But I think that one you kind of just.
I forgot Samoa was a real country, so I googled Samoa, and all I got was.
Where's my Overwatch maps? Get out of here, real country.
Exactly.
Wow.
It's beach, downtown, and volcano, so it's beach.
It is beach. It's beach.
Yeah.
Well,
here we're in downtown.
Yeah, here we are downtown, and we are here with a bull as well.
Weird.
Kind of what I expected, unfortunately. But already a nice boop to really disrupt NRG, but that's really all he can do is disrupt and hopefully get an engagement going. But already Aku Fast there, trying to disrupt them there. First time to come through, no real follow-up, but again, it's just kind of it's an interesting competition because you kind of want to play this slow for Quick Academy as well, but Little Ducks also want to play this pretty chill back at the moment, or at least, play aggressively onto someone, but it's Elku to support that finds first blood.
Yeah, Topsy's going to be going down. See if that's going to be enough to flip this fight, or if there's going to be a possible trade. But with Jinx and Energy both going low, one would have to assume that maybe not. Mia's done a good job of not folding under the pressure, but I mean, with Cap going in favor of Quick Academy, they should be pretty fine. The re-engage will come through momentarily. It's on to Machu to disrupt.
I mean, right now they're all just bowling pins lining up. I mean, he's already had a minefield on the horizon, but Topsy going for the cast now really does threaten that kill onto him. NRG, though, so low every time. Mayo and Aku doing such a good job at keeping them alive, and then for their hard efforts, for their work, they managed to build up to 2 very quick support ults here, so they'll be the first to make their move with those Q buttons.
Indeed. They've got the Ray, which is not going to be... okay, it's going to be huge, realistically. The ball can't fight into it, but can you actually catch anybody is the real question. Kitsu into Ray, quite so chaotic.
Yeah, but looking to be a pretty quiet end here. Machu just chilling on the rooftops. This is not Riyadh. You are not Sermajed here. I'm sorry, Machu, let you know. But you do get out 2 pretty big ults for only one of your own. I mean, that's a pretty, both supporters actually invested there. So I think Quick Enemy can't be too unhappy with this, and this new look really shaping up to be good.
At the end of the day, though, when you are playing Wrecking Ball comp, you know you're never going to win on ult trades, so playing for it is kind of besides the point almost, because you go in now, you got mines. Realistically, they probably don't get much, and they won't, but you do get the force onto Aku. That's something.
Yeah, you do just soften and squeeze the kind of core until that blade from Boosted can come and puncture it. But Topsy looking to get some ball potential on the point, a bit of a zoning Deadeye. Will it translate to any kills? No, just a couple of shots from the revolver there. Stun on some match, you'll be able to ball away, but you can't run that fast away from the blade. And right now, Clickard just racking up in the kill feed. mean, that's how you want to do it. Yeah, the mines don't get anything, but they do their job at distraction and disruption. That's all Match needs to do. Be a little nuisance, be a little pest, little gremlin, much like how he's used to doing here on our casts.
I mean, what you're trying to play for now is just to not get hit, because if you do get hit by that downpour, you're kind of cooked, right? Other than that, your OC angles are pretty comfortable, so it's all about who can actually connect their ultimate.
Yeah,
we got so early.
Slide in. That's really playing with fire, but not going to get burned on that one, as the entire Dogs will get away. 81% on the point, and now, yeah, like I said, all on Jinx's downpour. Can it find the connection here? Just kind of getting pushed and corralled and harassed by Machu. It's almost like he said the word massive recently, but no, now it's like on a click card. I mean, that's just a hazard gaming moment for you, and this could really spiral against Lil Ducks. Against Quick Academy here.
Yeah, it's a huge pickle to find. I think they got some roots as well. Yeah, Elko will be going down. And with this spot as well onto Xros, I would say it's a stagger, but with the point flip only going over now, then it's not so bad. Quick Academy will be a little bit skint here. They can play for their Kitsu, they can play for their mines. But Lil Ducks will have to play perfectly from now on out. They probably win the Ray fight unless Machu's minefield is used to punish it. But after that, there's still going to be another fight. That's the one that I'm kind of worried about if I'm Lil Ducks.
Yeah, I think you just have to be so careful with this Ray usage. But now you have to use it kind of to contend with this rush. Trades coming up at the moment. They're going in the favor of Quick Academy. Even more as Machu does full. You do get that Ray out, though, for your rush. So I think you're not too unhappy with it. But there's a late stagger kill.
Lost by territory.
Yeah.
Lil Ducks have still 3 ults. Yes, the DPS ults are kind of mid, but you're by no means at an ult advantage. You know, we can't be talking about just what's a positive trade in a vacuum. We have to be talking about what will actually allow them to win the map. And here, Quick Academy, I would say, probably still behind Lil Ducks in terms of probability here.
Yeah, and the percentage of winning this is just dropping and dropping at the moment. The longer these fights goes on with the consistent damage, and obviously looking to end it here and now with that Deadeye just zoning at the moment. The stun onto Machu, though, but it won't be getting the kill. Yes, he will kind of post-mortem there, but Xros will manage to punish off a backgrid slam from Machu. They are now down their tank, and Jinx is all still too healthy, especially now with the beat and the double pulse on from NRG. Just a bow on the end of it, a pretty rough ending to this pretty dreamy start from Quick Academy. It's a rude awakening here. Machu's back on the Doomfist. Basically just a cosmetic bit of a nothing burger here. And the first point, again, it's another 99 to 100. It's just, they need to break this curse. They need to just stop fumbling at the last moment, honestly.
I don't know if there's like a mental gap on what, but it's been too consistent to be a coincidence, right? Surely. Yeah, we head here to Volcano. It's going to end up being much more brawly, so I'm assuming no ball's going to work here. Machu, a Doom could be real, honestly, if that's something he likes to play, but I'd imagine you would just go Hazard, right? It kind of does the same thing, but better.
I mean, listen, I've been at the rough end of Machu's, cooking sometimes, and I know that he does like the Mauga.
Just go Mauga. Mauga's standard. Yeah. It's not a bad matchup into the Haz. As long as your backline doesn't get flattened on cooldown, then it gives you the ability just to force guard.
I think this Brig is really bound to keep our eyes peeled because he just doesn't actually do all that too much into the Hazard a lot of the times with the one-shot potential, but they have managed to claim a nice position on these higher grounds. I know that's kind of their play style. They're always trying to play from positions with leadership of Machu, and they've built themselves a nice perch to look down at the young flock of Lil Ducks here, but Lil Ducks are now contesting onto this point as we wait for it to unlock. Slamming from Machu.
Slam.
Has to invest the E, but I mean, Jinx is so low and completely isolated. Yes, everyone turns around to, look after poor old Topsy, who got a nice bonk on the noggin from the slam, but Jinx, in the meantime, left all on the lonesome, and that is kind of hitting, so you need to just get these aggressive kind of hits to come through, but now there's a different force on the field to reckon with. They can play even, Lil Ducks can play now even slower than the Mauga of Machu wants to play with this Queen comp.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen will generally win if Machu misses the slam, doesn't find big E value. If not, Machu can still just run over the Queen. Same, not that time.
Yeah. The only running it's going to be is everyone attempting to flee from the absolute dumpster fire being lit onto the point by Little Ducks. As yeah, like you said, it's kind of one and done from this Mal composition. It's really hard to sustain realistically, or sustain longer than the Queen once you miss that slam. So all eyes on Match, you can get this hit going, but it'll have a beat to contest with, and no ults available yet for Quick, and now no Sojourn as well.
Yeah, this is kind of cooked here, right? Quick Academy just needs to figure out how to reset S5 because Little Ducks are trying to make them as uncomfortable as possible. And working as well. Okay, they've got the Ray. They can probably walk in with this knowing that Jinx won't have the Rampage to counter it out just yet.
Yeah, they have to go and have to be quick with it, and there is going to be the Ray, but Jinx is rapidly building up to it. Not able to get the beat, though. That's a big blunder from Aku Farsa, and now the rest of Quick get to try and kite away, but they aren't able to dodge away from this Genji. I thought you would actually pop the blade there, but no, it's just raw, willpower that's slicing through the members of Quick Academy, as now they're a man down. They are still up their tank, though, and now the Bade, even better from Clickard there, claiming 3 all by its lonesome, and that is the fight you need to have.
Yeah, huge value there from Quick Academy, but now they're going to do it consistently. I would love to see an early Cage come through, and with no defensive ultimates, Lil Ducks will probably die to that, and after that, you can cross that bridge when you come to it, right? You maybe need the blade to put it on top, but if you give Lil Ducks the chance to engage and they go in with like a Rampage blade, you're in a really, really awkward spot, so you kind of have to be the ones initiating.
Yeah, you can see Machu looking around the corner. You can see him looking back to see him. Are they ready to go in? The slam is ready to rear, but it's too late. And now the Queen ult's online, catching on to So May. Don't have to invest the blade. Just a moment too late even to catch it. That initiative, that prerogative, just not coming through at the right time. And yes, Quick Academy are still holding on to the point valiantly. There's an overclock even to try and turn it around, but it's going to be a bit of a false sense of honor there. Right now, they are running out of time. They are holding the lead, but Little Ducks will be quick to match.
Maju goes on to the Queen himself. I don't think it's a bad matchup for the Malga. I just think he was executed poorly. But if it's more comfortable for him, then it would make some sense. You're 92 the... Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Oh, I mean, this is all just a ski trip at the moment. I remember Quick Academy, they're slipping down the slope, and the Braze invested. Oh, no. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. That's a tearjerker. And yet, like, a point cut, a touch can come through, but with what? With what bite do you have to match the bark of you even getting the overtime triggered? It's going to be rough.
You just Sojourn, like, that's kind of it.
Yeah. A one shot from the Genji, or the Sojourn matches maybe onto the Doomfist, Elku over onto the Kiriko, but now NRG already find the first blow. Machu has an Empower Punch, but not able to really get it going. It has to come up big, but he's so low, taking all the way down to 0, and it's all downhill. It's all away from a reverse sweep. As Quick Academy get knocked off their feet and knocked into the lower bracket here by Lil Ducks.
Unfortunate for them. A decent shake of the stick, especially on that Colosseum, but it seems like these control issues come back to bite them in the behind here. Not the result that they were looking for, but the result they're going to be stuck with, unfortunately. And now being in the lower bracket, you've got plenty of games left to play through to make it into the top 12.
Yeah, it's not the end of the line for Quick. They still have quite a narrow one, but a pathway to walk down to try and claim one of these Masters qualification spots. We should shortly be having the main Team of Academy game come up soon enough for you. I believe that's the room I'm being sent in the production chat right now. And it's Quick Esports versus Dreamlight that is already has gone underway, actually. Lee Jung is being played right now. So hopefully we'll be getting in map 2 for you at the moment. But yeah, an exciting match to look forward to.
Yeah, no, I think there should be plenty more games to go, of course. I think it should be as entertaining, hopefully, or more so than this one, as we also can watch the Quick main roster. But we should go to a quick break. When we're back, then more Quick action for you. What's up? How's it going, guys?
Well, yeah, it's good to be back. A little bit, you know, nothing's. Life needs its spice, needs its chaos, and FACEIT always willing and happy to bring us that. So we should be going into the map 3 for the quick main team against Dreamlight shortly. I'm not even aware of the score. Let me try and look at the room. It's looking like Samoa was first map and Surabasa was the. I'm looking at the wrong one. That is the quick academy team, and I still can't see the score. But Lijiang was the first map for quick versus Dreamlight.
Okay. Yeah, Dreamlight is a team who I've been following a decent amount. Got to watch them during OWCS qualies, and somehow they managed to keep the same 5 players after they overperformed there throughout here to Masters. Here, Esperanza, we are seeing more of the same. Tracer for D-Cruz is interesting. When I was watching them, it was mainly Scrain who was putting up strong performances. So pay attention to the Dreamlight Genji to see if he can perform. Quick Esports obviously have signed a secondary tank to relieve some of the pressure from Willies, but considering Skeetor is known for making Hazard look balanced, I think will be a surprise if we see him.
That's vile. That's messed up for poor Skeetor. But yeah, well, they're going to put performance on, but it's Yoham yet again. This guy's always really surprised me and impressed me with his performances, and looking to keep going with that momentum, keep building his fan club here with an opening couple of picks for us as well to clean things up. I do believe the players that I want to look for, I think definitely these 2 Genjis. Dip has kind of gone between like going 10 for 10 and then just like dominating the lobby. And I'm willing, I'm waiting to see which Dip we get today, and I'm really excited to see that. So far, you know, I'm really hoping it's the second one.
I absolutely do as well. Of course, some momentum on the side of Quick Esports. As of now, they need to complete this map, and they will have advanced forward in the bracket. And I believe qualify, if I'm not much mistaken.
Yes, because they were one of the couple of invited teams, so they need this win to get through. So they want to, you know, be pretty brief with it, and that will be almost as short as Screen's life so far. Right now, Quick Esports looking to keep this momentum as they're currently 2-0 up against Dreamlight here. Look at me, it's a 3-0. Snowdrop will be low, but nice care again from Yoham here. The chef always making sure his ingredients are really nice and fresh, ready to see what they can cook up at the moment. Snowdrop just playing off of this high ground. That's the Kitsune Rush out from Yoham. Looking to try and hunt down Tomax. They know that they've just invested their TP, but will they have it again in time? No, Willis right there to shut things down in the nick of it all. And Screener will find a traitor. Finally, things going the way of Dreamlight for the moment. They do lack their Kirika. It's a big blow in terms of these resources, but that is the awesome out. Not actually going to do anything. I think most of the damage that was on the D-Crews themselves. The block very well timed there from Willis, but not going to be enough to keep him alive at the moment. And that point is still rolling on forward for Quick Esports.
It is going to keep on being stalled out with the pick onto Willis. That could make it awkward if Dreamlight are able to keep it competitive. Unfortunately, our observer is getting pizza, so we will just see some of this dip pod for a while. And no, we aren't kidding. Yoham is down. RedFD finds a good frag onto him. But is assuming if you are Quick Esports, you're probably just looking to go for some sort of early blade to force B and then catch, or maybe rotate that actually. Go for the downpour, try and force a B, and then hope Dip can clean up with the blade.
Yeah, unfortunately, our observer's not able to eat the Yoham burger, so we'll have to try and see what Dip can play. I mean, it's pretty useful anyway, because he's putting up performances like that. Nice catch onto D-Crews already, and that will mean maybe a little bit less investment required to turn around, but there's going to be the Beat Blade anyway, throwing it in against the response from double support. Every ult seems to be throwing it at once. Downpour, all the piggy banks smashed open, but Dip actually will come out broke from it. The Centrala Pan falling could be the straw to bring down the camel at the end of it all. No ults on the board except for Snowdrop. We wish we could see, but unfortunately, have to look at the kill feed, but that's where Snowdrop is making his mark anyway at the moment. At that point, it looks like Dreamlight have kited away and getting more space, but you can't give enough space in the face of Yoham's headshot kunais, it seems.
Yeah, Yoham's been a player who's been kind of dancing between the kind of tier 1, tier 2 level for a while, and we're seeing exactly why there. Another pick onto Tomex is found, and Dreamlight, again, repulse Quick Esports get those forward spawns, and managing to save through that Kitsune Rush and Overclock both means that in this next fight, where Dreamlight are totally skint, they're going to have such a huge advantage, right? They can just go with, like, maybe a Kitsune Rush, run over their opposition, and then do it again.
Yeah. we're seeing the Queen adaptation come out. I think that has to be just, you can hear the notes of desperation. I mean, turn that into despair as D-Cruz falls nice and early there. And Dip just getting to payload Princess to his heart content at the moment, just dancing, prancing around the point as it slowly but steadily marches towards that third capture. I think it actually has a real threat this fight, especially with that Kitsune Rush coming out from Yoham. So much aggression enabled Dip there. Just able to sit at the front, spamming out shots, but a nice disengage will at least spare their lives at the moment, except if you walk into absolute cacophony of headshots from Dip there to really open things up here. And Snowjump again, the kills just racking up, and Spectron, it's looking to be a pretty brief encore of this map here. 3-0 on the horizon.
Unless D-Cruz Widowmaker is just going to be truly ballistic, you know, with that one pick onto Snowdrop, then I don't imagine there's much that Dreamlight can do. Yeah, they're walled off in their spawn. Willies has actually touched the spawn doors. Tomix is isolated, but the richest man in the zone, it will survive for now, but the D-Cruz Widowmaker has seemed to find some value, and Central up and on the Doomfist as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of plays you need, but I'm not sure how much a reprieve this is actually going to give them. They have so much to get through. We're going to move back off of the Doomfist, but stick onto the Widowmaker. So now a lot of pressure on D-Cruz to, you know, like I said, go ballistic might be an understatement because he has a lot of hunters chasing down, already investing that grapple now. No escape tools to get away. The only place looking to go is that spawn room. Actually has kited away, and there's a nice downport from Central, but no, Natsuki finally able to clean up that kill on the Widow, and there again, momentum shifting back in the favor of Quick. Everyone solo Tomax on silver HP. Willis will kindly bring that down to 0, and Central Pan the last 2 fall.
Indeed. Willis just finding great work there on the Hazard, one of his better heroes most definitely. And we just force the cart for a while whilst we push it towards the end. Quick Esports don't need to commit here. All they need to do is keep it like threatening towards the end. So that Dreamlight are forced to keep their ult economy just behind to keep on winning these fights. Of course, they can't afford a loss. But if you're Quick Esports, whether you win now or in 4 minutes really doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, the only thing that does matter is if someone on Dreamlight can come up massive, but Scrain, you're hyping them up, but unable to get anything done with this blade at the moment. Just so much overwhelming presence. D-Cruz, though, will actually get a trade out onto Dip. That's pretty impressive, but well, it's not going to be getting a pat on the back there. Just going to be shutting down instead. Yoham finding that kill with the help of Snowdrop as well. He's hungry for this one onto Tomex there, but 1FD will come in the time of need.
Yeah, great shots there from Yoham. Bot's been taken, of course, by Central Apan, so they will be able to get some distance on the bot, maybe even take away these forward spawns. But considering it's just a Hazard here, you can't actually do much more than just leave when he sees a threat, right? They've got the wall hack, so at least they have the information. But having the info and being able to do something with it are two very different things.
Yeah, they do deny those forward spawn. That's actually quite a nice play. It's kind of almost 2 pseudo fights won. But, well, gonna be difficult to... Actually, I was gonna say difficult, but no, I was looking at the wrong colors. They're Scrain there popping off with the help of the beat from Rod FD. Nice translation of defense into offense. Looking to maybe take 3 there as Natsuki will throw themselves onto the point. Willis does get a trade, maybe looking to make it second, but actually that is really, you know, an influential fight to take. You basically sneak away 2 fight wins worth of distance, and now you have an actual win on the board to maybe get yourself a nice forward spawn cap here.
That's true, but there's still a huge amount of fight wins you're going to need and not enough time to really do it, right? Especially with Quick Esports still having a pretty healthy ult bank. It's not the spot you love to be in, but it's at least a lifeline, right? This next fight, into the Blade and the OC both, you kind of need just a DPS to straight up kill somebody. Otherwise, you know, having your downpour being matched, you don't have any real advantage to play towards.
I mean, yeah, Deku is right now head on a swivel. He knows that all eyes are on him. But it's such a difficult position. They have to push on through, but they don't really have anything to do that with. And Quick Esports are going to keep building up to so many ults. Unless Central Upon gets really zesty and spicy with a downpour. I mean, nice angle being taken there from D-Cruz, but again, there's 0 pressure on the point, 0 way to get your way on forward. And this stalemate is all in Quick's favor as the time is dwindling down to only 1 minute 30 seconds left.
They're still just going back and forth, but with the Widowmaker, I mean, Dreamlight can only punish somebody swinging wide, and because they don't commit to that, they just stop Central Up and doing that same play. They just die. They lose. Now, a minute, like maybe even 2 was spent on that, and what can you actually do, right? Like, Quick Esports, they push forward, they're going to clean up the rest of Dreamlight, they get the forward spawns taken away from their opposition, And with a minute left to go, Dreamlight have to figure out some sort of hero play.
Yeah, I mean, this Widowmaker really you're putting all your eggs in a basket here, and it's such a fragile one, especially with Dip getting ready to flank with that blade screen. Up in the front, D-Crew's in the back, trying to find a way, and Dip just staring down this Venom line. He knows second he breaks that he's going to be spotted out. Screen, though, going to be going the blade first. A connection on the Red FD from that downpour, and a blade to follow up as well, just slicing and dicing on the Central Palm, making that for one trade in the favor of Quick Esports, and again they are now threatening even a full cap here. And Dreamlight, they're down 4 minutes, but they're basically back to where they started all those time ago.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't a bad spot for Dreamlight in terms of this fight, right? They've got Kitsuta Mirror out, Willies, you've got Beats Mirror out, Natsuki's, plus you've got the Wolf Hacks as well. It's not terrible for you, but you do need to clutch up soon.
Yeah, Johan will step into the the ring of fire there to get the Suzu up onto Willis. It'll buy them time to get a trade here and there from Snowdrop, and then again it's gonna be D-Cruz and Centralafan getting, kind of coming up big in this last overtime fight, but they do have to invest that Arash, which Johan, has held onto in the meantime. And yet again, it's going to be a long march for Dreamlight. Almost about 50, 70 meters they have to, go from where the barricade is now. Yeah. It's going to be a
still
long...
in this Widowmaker, by the way. It's going to be such a vulnerability. Like, if either Dip or Willies gets in his head, he's dead. If Snowdrop lobs a railgun his way, he's also probably dead, right? So, look at it now. Just getting exploited. The grapple is forced out, and even though he's not dead, a non-factor in this fight.
Yeah, it's a 4v5 on the point, and there's a B and a Kirikarash now in play, and well, that's the only playing around that Quick are doing, is they're going to quickly assassinate Central upon there. Snowdrop as well, turning onto Screen. D-Cruz completely silent in the backline, not able to make this gamble on Widowmaker work. That's going to be a quick, clean 3-0 for Quick Esports, qualifying them for FACEIT Masters.
Exactly what they wanted. Obviously, I think Quick Esports was one of those teams that was in really strong contention, obviously, to get into OWCS entirely, and only an unfortunate moment that stopped that from happening. So, them getting it towards Masters is expected, right? Obviously, it's a victory. Obviously, it's something they are happy about, but it is also absolutely the expected outcome. And now they've converted that, they can start thinking about how to top the FACEIT League entirely, right? With this double Elim bracket, you might not play against some of the strongest opposition, and, no hate at all to Dreamlight, but there might be stronger teams within this bracket. But now there's Masters League, they can look fully towards the future.
Yeah, and I think you have to correct me, but is it the next season where the top two teams from FACEIT division will potentially replace the bottom two team, or have a match against the bottom two teams for the WCS stage? So I don't think that's happening this stage, but it's still
it's the end of this stage, right? Or beginning of next one.
Yeah, something like that. That new system will be in place. So not in play here, but definitely something for the future. And it's a pretty bright future, like you said, not the kind of competition you expect them to struggle against. Props to Dreamlight still. They are still, a very competitive and strong team in their own right. But Quick are kind of heralded of being some of the big dogs coming up. I think especially after that match against Vision, which was, very, I think such a difficult one to walk away from. It's great to see they managed to get back into their stride and come back into these new matches here.
Yeah, and I think for Dreamlight as well, then they will have another chance. Obviously not down to the lower bracket now, but I think they are another team who could be really competing to make it high. I mean, beating the Lauren Hero team in a WCS was a great success for them. Obviously against Quick Esports, they didn't get much going, but that's how it goes sometimes. As you mentioned, though, I think it's just the Academy games for us to do now, as of course they are still trying to batter their way through that lower bracket.
Yes, I believe that they were against a team called Dragon Academy, and we're not entirely sure what the next matchup is going to be, but we will have that for you. They're currently up 2-0 against Dragon Vanguard on map 3, so hopefully after a short break we'll be coming back to you with their final match of the day to see if they can get any, or not final match, hoping not final match, so they're going to go deeper, but looking at some of the competition, I think it was Everfrost or some other team, can't remember exactly, but a lot of the other big names, so it's going to be final in a lot of universes, but we'll have to see if Quick Esports Academy can make that not this one at all. But we'll have to get back to you after this short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
Hello, we are back. Quick Academy going to be taking on Everfrost Esports in our third game of the day. Hope you guys had a fun time in that break, and of course, now we can follow in on the lower bracket run. Nat is back and looks suitably horrified. How you doing?
I just kind of was trying to panically find the room code for the match because I think Everfrost Esports, they literally just lost to Day Imperial. Watching that across the board a little bit. Day Imperial definitely a lot more of the stronger team by many, many means. But I think, Quick Esports have had quite a rough start outside of the game, so hopefully now they're feeling refreshed. They've got a win under their belt, under the buckle, and are looking to try and get things underway against Everfrost Esports here. Nevs, Fister, that's a name, Neophride and Little Plume versus Machu and friends at the moment. Machu already trying to contest his point against Nevs at the moment, but again, that's Sojourn. We saw them really struggling on this on control point last. It's not, I'm already seeing some pale reflections on that first game. It's not filling me with the confidence I need right now, Spectron.
Yeah, just a quick backup. I would say on paper the Everfrost roster looks quite a bit stronger to me. But at the end of the day, all that matters is how you perform on the day in that match. And in a best of 5, that could turn pretty quick. Extra's trying to line up the railgun, but both teams missing. We're back into this default.
Yeah. It's just going to see, again, who can make this first move, who oversteps. Whichever cooldown gets burst first, like that Genji deflect, could be the sign to go in. But Machu's lost his arm, and really struggled to push in, and he soon loses life. I mean, a valiant effort there from Elku, but no cleanse available to keep him alive, and Machu falls yet again. The rest of his team already preemptively running for the hills, but they're going to be sent even further back to the spawn room. Late staggers here, Fister soon to collect the soul of Clicker, but no, the rest of the team there is to deny that late stagger, but again, not really what you want to see. And Fister gets away with murder there. The wall from Match. Oh, that's unfortunate placement. That's just not sure how that's clipped in that way.
Happens. All you can say about it. Everfrost Esports just taking the point side of things. They don't want to go for a heavy, like a white room fight by the looks of things. They just want to back up and shoot back in from these more comfortable angles, knowing that they can maintain percentage.
Yeah, and there's both of those Kitsune rushes yet again. No one able to or willing to leave the fight except Exros, who's forcefully assaulted the premises with a quick headshot to the noggin. Again, Everfrost are just maintaining their lead. Quick Henry, they've been just so hesitant, so unsuccessful with any kind of trades. All these fights is coming down to one pick and then running from the scene. And yeah, there's the downpour to try and make sure this ends a lot more bloody for Quick Esports. But actually, they are maintaining their life. But no, the block that denies the beat from Nikachu, and Boosted also did not get it. And now we're trickling towards a last fight territory here.
Yeah, been looking very one-sided here. Nikachu dying last is not what you love to see as well. How did you go off the map, by the way? I just realized that. Either way, it makes a touch really quite tricky, but it seems like Machu's going to try and force it. The downpour is pops and getting multiple routes. 2% left to go. OC will be started.
Yeah, actually, Machu taking out the tank is pretty instrumental, as now that Hazard is a lot more uncontested, that Force able to really go on the offense, even though the Blade got one, make that second from Fister, finding some shuriken headshots. The point flip does come through. Nice play from Machu to shut down Nevs. They do also, cover quite cheaply as well, looking at the old situation.
That they do. I mean, it's a super efficient fight from them. They don't use basically nothing, but now they can come into this, hopefully win this fight economically with just a Dragon Blade and, just start snowballing to bring this point percentage back. Yeah, you can see Clickard has that blade in his back pocket. Once they're going, they're already getting forced out. Quick, they need to keep themselves momentum heavy, and they're looking to do it with an early Kitsune Rush. But again, we've seen this so many times. It's almost, this is honestly tripping me out a little bit, because this is the same kind of situation we saw. They just run away and then re-engage with their own Kitsune Rush. Yes, they'll be walking into an overclock, but are the angles good enough? Will the shots connect? A cleanse will deny a lot of that impact, and Clickard's blade just barely coming short. Finally takes out Nevs and gets away with his life. That's what you need to see. Finally, an ult finding impact, getting them close to 50% on the board, but they still have a fair few fights ahead of them before they can equalize. But that's the stagger you need if you want to make it to that point. Huge kills onto Flat and Little Plume there. Everfrost now on the back foot somewhat. Quick Academy, however, are running out of ults to throw at the problem. Everfrost's own circles are coming online, so this next fight is going to be the most even yet, perhaps. Yeah, the only options they have are that beat and that downpour, so who will get that impact going? I'm sure Nikachu's mind is running back to the last time they Ajax that map, but Machu with the downpour, find the connection. No, there's the cleanse coming out from Little Plume, well timed. Nikachu gets off the beat a little bit later, actually, from Neophrite, so an advantage there if they can choose it, but they aren't choosing to go in. They're choosing to let this get back to another neutral. Nikachu so low, a sliver of HP, but no one else able to follow up. As Exros is sent back on the point, there's the blade pulled and the connection onto Elku. Vista just dashing around at the moment, gets their one and stays alive. Crucial in pushing this to across the line into a win. And oh no, Spectron, that classic curse at the moment, 99 to 97 again, so close, but no cigar
for Quick Academy. That downpour, the overclock, everything to rub salt on this wound. And Quick, they have the rush available, but I mean, it's just far too little, far too late.
I mean, 4 times in a row now is getting a little bit silly goofy, guys. I mean, it doesn't seem to be sticking, no matter what Quick Academy try and throw at control. It's a game mode that seems forever out of their grasp. Yeah, on Garden, will anything change? I gotta say, probably not, right? I mean, we've seen them try and play this Forest style before. They played super reactive, and it doesn't work. Everfrost also are moving fast enough to be a team who probably won't get poked out, especially playing this. Well, they probably won't play double speed. They'll probably just Juno ring out and swap over. But, like, I just don't think it works. I don't think it's good.
Yeah. I think Nikachu, talking about silly goofy, this would be... no, that would be far beyond that. I think that would deserve just a howl of despair rather than any kind of adjectives for that choice. But no, they are going to be sticking with a tried and true hazard composition. But yeah, they need to make some kind of adaptation. They're still often just being forced to go second, being forced to try and play for trades that they're never able to get. And Matthew has taken some early space. Fista's so low. Deflect Force as well. Can they get the hit going? But Nevs knows that their best option is just to keep marking Matthew, keep denying these dives, and let the rest of their DPS walk in. And Matthew so low. No armor available. Elku trying to keep them up. Has to TP in. It's brutal on the point, but brutal is another statement. It's Fista right now tearing through the lobby, finding 3-4 kills for the young DPS. This man has been making his name known now on the Everfrost Organist. I mean, no place better to do that than on the right side of the kill feed.
Just dismantles Quick Academy there. First cap again going to the side of Everfrost Esports. Quick Academy, I mean, we'll see what they can do to make their way back in. And they have done a decent job buying space here, but it's a lot of work, and taking space has never been one of their strengths, at least as of today.
Yeah, and as well, the Kitsune Rush, it's just... Yeah, a hair's breadth is Little Plume ahead of Elk. That could be all the difference. 90% of Little Plume. They have both their cooldowns for, so maybe that's going to be the go sign. But Xros is stuck inside this dojo area. Fista, no cooldowns, has to die here, surely. But no, it's Machu that falls first because Elku's 4% behind on this rush. Can the trades come through? No, it's all the Sojourn. Both the DPS Xros taking turns in building their little highlight reels here.
Yeah, nice job just taking care of 2. 50% half gone, 50% left to go. Everfrost only using that one ultimate is about the economy that you're looking for. Quick Academy's all cycles being up, though, means that it is their chance to strike back, but maybe not enough of an advantage just to easily leverage.
Yeah, there's going to be that Kitsune Rush, but is there going to be a disengagement? It's going to be in response. And Little Plume takes out Machu. Nikachu too preoccupied, but the trades are coming through, but they are down their tank. Nev's still standing strong on the to hold down this point in the moment, but Elkun boosted, though. They managed to really whittle down the defenses. The slow and steady sort of winning the race here as Nikachu actually, a big play there, we didn't manage to catch her. They booped the Genji off the map, and Machu's returned on the Winston here.
Yeah, that he has. I guess it's more comfortable for him because I don't think the Winston provides much actual value compared to the Hazard. You have some stronger engages, that's for sure, but you need to punish the back line or the front line, as it seems.
Yeah, nice dash there from Clickard. Vista kind of maybe the overconfidence coming through, but a Blade should seal the deal for Quick Enemy boosted, holding up a 1 HP. That's all you need to find that last slash. I think that this Winston, like you said, it has to come down to comfort. This has to be like a gambit to get the mental of Quick Enemy aligned with, winning here. They need to get back in their heads. They have confidence in their composition. Because right now, you have some ults, but once that ult is coming down, it's going to come down to just your willpower to win this through, as Everfrost still have a sizable lead in terms of point percentage.
That they will. Everfrost pop the Kitsu, want to fight their way in, and a huge HP advantage on their favor. They might just have it.
Yeah, that beat, though, is out from Nikachu. Way ahead on Neophyte, actually. Very impressive stuff. The Equus is so low. The overclock, just a whimper at the moment from the back of the point. They are still holding on to it, though. Now there's a rush out from Elku. All kind of ults being spewed forward, but no kills to come. Machu's rounding in on another Primal Rage, trying to build it off of this dojo. But again, Everfrost just does a nice job of kiting out. Now Neophyte 10% away from this beat. How can they get a head off before that happens? No, they're just forced to wait. Nev's falling so low. Fister as well, but no kills coming through. And now Neophyte has the beat, the bubbles in space. Can it split anyone? It has split off the Sojourn. And Matthew now with the Primal has that player in their sights, but Fist is able to get killed beforehand. Matthew, though, the son of Goushway, trying his best, but it's just not going to be enough. But the rest of the team, though, will rally around that effort and actually completely flip that fight. Nikachu boosted, all coming up with 2 kills each there. And that Primal, the disruption was just not enough. Yeah.
With these late kills, then 95% to go. A touch seems almost impossible. It seems like you're going to try it on the Doomfist, but Nikachu's there with the boop. Nevs gets knocked into the drink. And even though overtime will get started, can there be a second touch? It does seem like there is. Flats and Fister, by the looks of things there. Neofry gets absolutely flattened. Next up on the shopping block is Fister, who's removed expediently as well. And by the looks of things, Quick Academy will be able to take their first. Nevs is back. Maybe the Doomfist can find some extra value, but with all of his teammates going down, it doesn't seem all that likely. So 1-on-1 here on Lijiang Tower. Finally, Quick Academy are able to take a control point.
Yeah, victory ults across the board then. You got to feel pretty good as that last fight was so chaotic, but the Primal, everything just came through off of that. Matthew splitting that beat from that Sojourn was crucial as well. Really nice little micro play there to open up that first initial kill, and you're just able to spiral off that so well. And like you said, that it has to be a comfort thing, choosing Winston over Hazard. But I mean, it seems to be working out. It just seems to be they're going to stick with old, reliable here. Kind of just try and defy this more kind of new age comp. Have to see if it can work out. As Night Market might be a little bit more tricky, I think, given, I don't know, it's a bit of a different map.
It very much is. I would assume that Matthew's forced to frontline trade even more here. We'll see how it goes. Well, yes, it's a different map, obviously, but how does it go? Right, do you have the resources to take away from your Winston to allow you to play like your Genji Lucio core as much? Oh no, you just send your Winston to clear the flank instead. Fair enough, but I mean, that does mean that Everfrost get point positioning first, and the Winston don't think has the kill power to actually eliminate somebody early on, so it should be a couple points of percentage going in favor of Everfrost early on.
Yeah, we've seen this combination kind of play before, a lot more brawly, but can that stand up against the Hazard is yet to be seen. Actually, just have pressure on Fister, and if he can get onto the bubbles, they kind of play more collaborative with them, and there you go. Like, Clickard already find the first blow onto Fister, but Matthew will trade his life for it. The cleanse, basically cosmetic, it felt like, which is quite difficult to make happen, and Flat finding a lot of trades. It's still kind of even, but Nez being on the field is definitely a big concern. Quick do manage to get the first point. Cleanse has been forced, as I don't know where that Sojourn is going. Trying to look for a miracle pick there, as Nevs will also give their life for the cause. That cause being just resetting at this point as Quick Enemy get to about 12% on the point.
Yeah, just Matthew does go down, but Little Bloom dying as well means that Everfrost Esports didn't have the sustainability to keep on fighting, and unfortunately they just kept taking damage, hoping that Neofried would be enough to stable it. Obviously it wasn't, and now they have to walk out again, this time as 5.
Yeah, you can see that Matthew really has to care about this Hazard jumping onto their face, but now they're emboldened much so by this rush. Everyone's trying to get away. I think that Neophyte is still stuck behind, maybe, and yeah, they are completely just isolated. A lone poor frog without the rest of his pond mates, and there will be a trade, though, on to Clickard from a nice headshot by Flat, but will it be enough? Matthew and Co, they have to give some space. Now they are down that Genji, down that potential ultimate coming up as well, and there's the rush out from Little Plume, who doesn't have it to be respond. We don't even need it at the moment. They feel confident just chilling back on the point with a beat 5 HP. Pikachu playing with fire, but gets that off, and that's crucial, but it's actually not even going to be enough. The rest of the ults just overwhelm Quick Academy. Downpour as well. And the beat invested. It's expensive. Actually, a few trades maybe make it even more so, but no, it's still not going to click hard. You can't do... No way. It's a 2v2 on the point. He's pulled Blade, and actually, they've managed to steal the point maybe here, threatening to even turn this one around. The dash doesn't connect, but Nikachu does. The overclock popped, and it's going to instantly be shut down, and somehow they've clinched that one from the jaws of defeat.
Seems like finally they've realized that playing Hazard wasn't for them. It feels like the Winston is a lot better for them. They're just finding more value over the general left-click cleave rather than with the actual slashes. Matthew, I think, is just finally in the server now, and Everfrost Esports somewhat struggling. They still have time. They still have one more fight, but just a Dragon Blade isn't really what you want to be betting your map 1 life on.
Yeah, and there's so much more than just a Dragon Blade for Quick Academy here. Primal, Overclock, everything. Extros finding 3 this fight. And now, can anyone Everfrost even touch? Hazard going to be going down so late. No trades to come through. Unless Neophytes is hitting some rollout, maybe on the right side. But Nikachu's maybe looking to mark that. No touch come through. And Quick, they take the first map. Control Lijiang goes their way.
Oof. they've finally broken the curse. Just don't play Hazard.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But
Okay.
is that going to continue working on some other maps? Is the question, right? Is that going to work on something that's more broadly, like a King's Row, for example? I think that's what we're going to have to wait and see. That is my maybe worry going forward. But that being said, they won the map. They've done it in a way that works for them. At the end of the day, you can't really fault that too much.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish I could see what the next map would be, because that's definitely, a big question they have to answer. My memory does not... they look to be making a substitute, so I'm not sure where or how that'll be interfaced. We'll have to wait for the LAN to be finalized. We're also waiting to see what map it's going to be. But yeah, that Winston looks a lot better, and ironically, like, they were kind of playing the Winston just exactly how you kind of want to play with the Hazard. Yes, you have to make some alterations with how you want to play, because you don't have a Hazard directly. You don't have that frontline pressure as much. But the Primals looked really good. I think that's a big kind of maybe one of the strengths of the Winston is the bubble and the ultimate. I think maybe Hazard's ultimate is also kind of, it can be a bit hit and miss all the time. So playing to those kind of strengths, getting their first win, this is what you need to kind of shake things up and get yourselves deeper into this tournament.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I have to wait and see how much they can actually do that. And if you're Everfrost as well, okay. Yeah, if I'm Everfrost, then I feel like the mid-map change is one thing. If you give them some downtime to maybe discuss, that's another thing. So see if they come into map number 2 a bit reinvigorated as to their strategies, because playing into the Winston isn't so similar to playing into the Hazard, right? As if you are playing the Haz, you can just force that frontline trade a lot harder. The Winston will kind of fall over if he's forced to take that tank 1v1. So see if that's something they can adapt to or not in the future.
Yeah, and talking about kind of the map picks, I believe it's Suravasa coming up next, which I think there's some points you didn't play the Winston on. I think that first point, especially those high grounds we saw in the Esports World Cup. I mean, it's fearless on Winston. Maybe matches a little bit time to work on, but he has been proclaimed son of Gujue by Hardy himself. So maybe they're going to keep sticking with this. Maybe we'll see the Queen come out, maybe the Bull. We'll have to wait and see. And it looks to be, the Queen is going to be the look of choice. They're going back to the Queen Ash that we had our questions around earlier, but they seem to be sticking to their guns.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think the read for Quick Academy is just play whatever you're comfortable with, and fair enough to them. I think Winston here also wouldn't have been ideal, obviously, but we'll have to wait and see if it works out for them. Obviously, last time it was pretty close. I actually forget if they took it or not. I'm still not a crazy fan of this Ashe. I think it will probably end up being exploited. I'll have to wait and see if that actually comes to pass.
Yeah, they also are very quick and keen to give up these kind of long angles they can't contest, and also all too quick is how fast Clickard will fall over to Fister. I think Fister had such a good performance early on, but really fell apart later into the match. I think you kind of have to keep him repeating the performance, have to keep putting the pressure on him. Right now, Machu and Co are just forced to sit back and kind of wait. There's no potential follow-up with this Genji dash. And on looking at this high ground, your only options are Exros hitting like 2 headshots in a row, or Machu hitting a knife. Otherwise, you're kind of just forced to sit and shoot tank and kind of hope that someone slips up to make a mistake.
Yeah, and it's going to keep on happening. Nevs is close to making a mistake, but we'll be able to hang on to life at least for now. Going to enable the walk of Quick Academy, and they're able to find an opening kill.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the weaknesses of this comp, but the strength is definitely just the immense poke damage, and once Machu actually gets onto the frontline trade, he can just sustain for so long with these shouts, these knives, these axes. So Everfrost do have to kind of dart and dash around. They kind of just let Quick play to their strength there. And now let's also let Quick, kind of neutralize and build up to a similar ult bank, despite Fister getting that initial first blow.
Yeah, it doesn't end up happening, of course. If you are Quick Academy, you probably do want to just kind of hold this archway for as long as possible. Once the Doom gets out, once they get onto these wider angles, or the Hazard, sorry, it's really hard to control. But Neophyte gets the Lucio difference in Pikachu, fair enough.
Yeah, but actually Elku finds the gap on the Kiriko with that rush, but it's all Machu and Clickard versus the world. That's an unfortunate axe, just like literally giving the mustache of Neophyte just a sliver away, but that's going to make the difference. 82% taken, it's not all too bad, but that Kiriko rush, you do kind of wish you have it to match Little Plumes now in the future.
Yeah. I mean, remember, all that started out because I think it was Neophyte just wins the Lucio duel. Because of that as well, you now have the lead on the Lucio ultimate. Machu is pretty far behind, right? Only 80% of that Rampage has really been struggling to get involved. They can get touch started, at least with the Bob. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, an extra warm body on the point. So much pressure out onto Nevs as well. It's actually going to force the beat. And if they can sustain this for the time being and make sure they get a touch, Nikachu's beat can be so much later and now pretty much uncontested. You're also going to need it though for the Blade of Fister, but right now they know they have to just let Quick Cammy touch the point. And it's going to take a dash from Clickard to do it. The beat now thrown out as well. Fister's Blade pretty dull across the board. Next Ross will find a headshot onto the hit scan counter by enemy team. Fister now stuck on the low ground. Now it's Clickard's turn with the Xbox controller with the blade, slashing, getting some good cleave damage, but actually Matthew that cleans up Little Plume instead. And actually, Quick, I don't think took a single flashpoint on their first map that we saw earlier, and they've actually looking pretty good shape to take this first one, unless some miracle comes through from Fister. But no, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, Fister just tries it, and they get slapped down pretty quick, right? Quick Esports now have the only ult in the server, that being that of Rampage. So if Little Plume's cleanse isn't humongous, then it should surely be a quick Academy conversion. We have seen Matthew miss these before, so hopefully he doesn't slip on a banana peel again. But I would imagine this is also a good point for Quick Academy, right? Being able to set your Ash up on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that already paying its dividends, that little right high ground, finding the opening pick. And unless a trade can come through, which these knives are just, putting so much pressure. Nevs, I feel like his health bar has never really been able to get that armor health going because there's just so much poke damage coming out from Quick. It's exactly how I want to play it. Now they get this forward position. If they want to stick to it, I want to play this early, they can do. They're going to try and bait them out into some more open space, some more longer LOS against their Ashe first. And Ashe that's low HP but gets topped up there just in the nick of time.
Indeed. 11% already accrued for them. They want to see how much more they can get. Still waiting to press the Q button to engage their ultimates. Running out of the window though before that beat comes online.
Matthew throwing it back on them. Mental domination at the front, but now front domination as the big Rampage hits onto 4 and the beat just too late. Matthew with the big axe swing, cracking the enemy team and my voice as well. Absolutely decimation across the board. I mean, I think that more than makes up the last whiff that we saw. And honestly, Everfrost really are on the back foot at the moment. They still have a Bob and a beat to walk into.
Nevs decides to mirror out the Queen. As I remember, he was pretty strong at this pick as well as the Malga. So it is going to be going on to Quick Academy's home turf. That's the Everfrost decide to bring it. They have been struggling on the hazard, so I see why they're going towards it, but will it actually work out?
Yeah, now they have a Bob to contest with in the back line as well. Exos trying to find a finishing blow. Shout out from Nevs and Matthew in tow. Matthew falling low HP, cuddling to Bob for warmth. And actually, Exos is the first to fall there. The disruptor shot ends his life. Nice line on the point. Now, Nikachu actually invests the beat. Trying to think this as well. We're trying to turn this one around. Clickart has the blade, not going to invest it luckily, but it's still quite an expensive way to lose that fight. If they use 2 ultimates and come up with a loss still.
I mean, at the end of the day, you still got the Rush Blade for the next. It's not the end of the world. Everfrost have to play heavier for the early poke because on a map like this, if you actually go into the brawl, they're just going to commit onto you. But if you end up poking, you can use your OC, go for a kite, just try and whistle them down before they actually get into somewhere where they can actually deal damage to you.
Yeah, definitely Everfrost are cooking up these late for ultimates. It's going to be all on Quick if they can bring the heat early enough to ruin that stew. You can see them already getting set up, trying to avoid this poke, trying to just go early with this Kiriko rush. And there is Clicker in the back line now. That rush going forward, big dynamite out as well. All eyes on Nevs as he will fall quickly under that Rampage of fire. The Rampage actually invested either side. They're going to be the next fight instead. All this fight though at the moment is them trying to get the squishies off of the point. Actually, Little Plume will invest this rush, thinks it's winnable. Matthew has to back off it, and both blades have been pulled, but Clickard is so low, able to take out the opposition blade, though the beat invested as well. 3 caught from the side of Neophyte. No! The wall climb just slippery on that wall, and it will fall all the way to demising Quick. I don't know, the fumble gene, it's kind of showing. I'm not all too happy with that fight.
Yeah, gonna be 1-1 here in Suravasa. Of course, Everfrost seems to be working out now. They have swapped over to this Young Queen of their own hero, just I guess easier to find value with than the Hazard, especially on a map like Suravasa that has a limited amount of verticality. I'll call it that. We saw the early poke, and Nikachu just over peaks. Huge individual mistake to make.
That might have also been a nice Queen Knight from Nevs, I believe, looking at the kill feed, which is pretty impressive, but you have to expect this. I mean, Matthew's casted this guy on Queen with me before, but I mean, we've also casted Clickard, who's been going basically on the Genji though, that hero play, getting shut down nice and quick. But there are still 3 members on the point for Quick Academy, soon to be dropping a number though, especially now with the Queen ult invested. Nevs, investing that now just to really clean things up and get themselves some ticking up percentage on this 3rd flashpoint.
Does mean that Quick can walk back in with their own Rampage and probably be in a little bit of a better spot, right? I mean, the sound barrier only close for Nikachu, Neofried being, yonks off it himself. Everfrost, though, don't really have anything much to play with unless they slow play for Kitsu, so I'd expect to see them just W key onto the Ashe.
Yeah, but right now they're being forced to play back as now they can't walk on to contest that Bob. Or the Exos will just wander on in by themselves, gifting themselves in the crosshair, but Clickard has managed to find the gap, as will match you onto their counterparts across the board, and that will be enough to make up the mistake. But, you do expend 1 ult, but that's a kind of, it's a pretty clean fight, especially if anyone from Everfrost oversteps here.
And it doesn't seem like they will as of yet, so 54% going to be where the buck stops, at least for now. Everfrost, they're also a little bit better, but Magic just rips it with a Rampage.
Yeah, you saw the amp in, but actually not able to find any kills. The beat not catching on to Machu now. Now Freddy puts his life at risk. Elku split off by a wall there. Now difficult decision. They can't TP, and they know that's just it's going to spell their own death themselves. They still have this rush, but there's an overclock that's taken the head off of their tank, their spearhead. So now, can they catch one? Fister has no more resources and is going to be caught there by Clickard. Rush invested now, so Machi returning onto the ball. They want to win this flashpoint here, and now the pulse bomb ready in the back pocket for Clickard. Doesn't even need it though to take out that soldier. And a boop as well onto Nebs to really wrap that one up in a bow.
And that's going to be a second flashpoint going in favor of Quick Academy. It gets very, very awkward there. A huge individual mistake from Matches to get caught out that early, but ultimately not exploited that. Everfrost weren't able to close things out. So up 2-1 here. You spoke about the fumble gene. Well, it seems to pass over to the other side of the fence here. Everfrost Esports making a huge mistake and now having to fight from what could be behind. The Wrecking Ball, though, is a very different look to the Queen. Yeah,
we have seen him pull this out earlier on a different map, and it did seem to give them... That was just with the map they got that map, that win over in a 3-1 loss to send them to this lower bracket matchup in the first place. But Exros is so low HP, and Machu has set his sights onto the Lucia, but just can't solo kill it. But Lil Plume has had to invest a lot to keep him up, and actually doesn't have the Suzu to deny that pulse bomb from Clickard. Now Quick have time to recuperate and get back in. Now they've got this initial play, and there it is, Exros all the way behind them. Whiffing the shots there, but Flash is completely unaware. It doesn't even matter if he missed that much.
How do you get anybody noticing? Doesn't seem to matter. In the end, Exos finds, I believe, a 4K. It's going to be first cap here, going towards Quick Academy. Remember, they take this flashpoint. They're going to be up 2-0 in this series. I think on paper, I would have said Everfrost was maybe the better team, but evidently Quick Academy are just kind of wiping them, to be honest. Everfrost will have all their roles, practically, right? There's nothing they're going to be really wanting for, but they don't have positional advantage, and retaking it on Palace especially is such a pain.
Yeah, now you also have the minefield in play on the backside of the point, and you're now lacking your Tracer as well. Clickard, yet again, really coming up big on these Tracer duels, and Nez also falling to the minefield is not the kind of fight you want to see for Everfrost, especially as, yes, you're coming to this last fight, but it's going to be all too easy to really blow all your ults, a little bit prematurely, when you need to kind of win, maybe 2.5 fights to actually take this flashpoint.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot to be in. Obviously, they need to get OT started. A pulse onto Machu does mean the ball is going to be inactive at least for a while, but they just beat Akitsu in.
Yeah, Neofried getting that beat off. Just 3 ults though at once for a team fight that could generally still take a little bit of time. Everyone falling around Machu, but I think you gotta kind of be getting away with a little bit of cheesy grin on that hamster face, because you do get rid of those 3 ultimates, and now you're going to be re-engaging with your own 3 ultimates in what could be the final fight to take this series 2-0.
Yeah, definitely an overspend from Everfrost there. You do have the Rampage, but with the beat on Nikachu, it's not going to be as big a threat as maybe you want it to be. Your recall is forced out of boosted, but you don't get the hard clear as well onto Fister, just to blink backwards, and that fight will be cancelled, at least for the second.
Yeah, Match is trying to spin to win, but a headshot there onto Exros is going to mean the Clickguard is all on their lonesome in the DPS line. And Machu being yoinked back in there by a nice knife from Nevs. Elku will find a trade, but it's a 2-4-1, and it's going to be very difficult. I think Quick, they have to just play this safe, how to play this back and go in for one last engagement. But these slow kind of fights are allowing that maybe late fight some ults can come online for Everfrost.
I'd be pretty surprised if they did, to be honest. There's just nothing to farm your ult off with this Wrecking Ball, right? There is no front line, so, you know, the DPS ults, the ones we expect to come online, I mean, they'll just be there so late.
Yeah, but I mean, there's one DPS ult that did come through, did connect, but the Suzu will shut it down. The beat early out from Nikachu, Neophyte, notify connection, but Nev, the Rampage hits 4. Is it going to hit enough, though? Yes, Exros will fall to the ill effects. Elku will find a headshot trade. Is it going to be enough? Clickguard trying to dual little plume, getting the recall force so early, though. And it's looking like we're going to a 5th and final flashpoint here to see if Everfrost can equalize the score or Quick Academy take the lead.
Everfrost are going to be heading into it with an advantage, right? Machu still going to be sticking on this ball, at least for the moment, right? I guess you have mines, but it feels so easy to pressure the background, especially at a point like this. Okay, that is a bit of an awkward death to give over.
I think it's a disconnect.
DC, yeah.
Yeah, you do wonder why the Sojourn is so far away from the rest of the team.
Yeah,
it
so
must be a disconnect. But that's honestly pretty big because, you know, you lose a Sojourn. That's like one of the key pieces, you know, that will just really lack so much. And I'm hearing as well, the Sojourn did have overclock pretty much, and I'm assuming most codes that we go for FACEIT do not give you back the ult charge when you reconnect, or that positioning, which will be the spawn room anyway. But I mean, that's kind of gonna give you a bit of an opening for Quick. It's a bit of maybe a divine blessing. Soj didn't DC apparently, but something clearly has gone awry. Kerfley's mission to sabotage the enemy PCs has finally come into play here, but yeah, it's an interesting spot now, made a little bit more confusing with this tech pause.
I love tech pauses. They're so cool. You know? We can sit here and talk without any of that silly game that gets in the way.
True.
You know, it's me, Nat, and you. So we could just keep on keeping on ad infinitum. In fact, get rid of Overwatch entirely. If it makes a podcast.
True. Yeah. We just like imagine, like I'm sure isn't. Oh, okay. So hearing that actually going in pretty quickly. No podcast just yet, sadly. Truly a tragedy, and looking to be a second one there. Nevs will be sent all the way back in this. I mean, it is 15 seconds to the point unlocks, but I'm assuming that Quick will get a lot more favorable position off this, and probably the initial cap as well.
One has to assume so, right? I mean, they're going to come back with their Sojourn now. Everfrost will be able to take these kind of brawlier fights, which means that, I mean, unless the disruption is perfect from Machu, I assume that there's going to be a lot of backline pressure really early on.
Oh my goodness. Carefully unplug his PC again. Go quickly. Oh, it's too late. He's already playing 3. That's a rough spot. I mean, yeah, you invest the overclock, but really, Machu just gets scouted so early. They could not get the slam in on the Sojourn to deny. In this point, like, yeah, you have the threat on the boop on the backside, but it's so difficult for the ball to actually get set up anywhere without already kind of being, sniffed out.
Yeah, it's an extremely disruptive character. But with the mines, we're going straight in. Damn. Not going to catch anybody right now, but is going to deny some space on the point, and half that Kitsune rush.
Oh, Machu gets stuck a little bit on the raw way, but is able to get away with their life. They do mitigate that rush. I think Mines to rush is a pretty favorable one, especially now they're up 1 with a Tracer Pulse onto Fist, so that's a bit of a statement as well. And now the rush from Elku, Suzu, Force, big resources being spent by Everfrost, but can it be enough to turn it around? The Axe will buy Nevs just seconds upon seconds for life, and actually that's what you need to get Flats in to take out Exros. And now your man advantage has been equalized, make that completely mitigated as Matthew also has fallen, trying to extend that lead further, and it's, I mean, how does that fight go so wrong? Clickguard finds a pulse onto Fister, Nev's just so low, but the Axe just barely keeps him alive.
Yeah, we see the mirror now on the Queen finally. The Wrecking Ball just no longer really cutting the bacon, right? And so Everfrost coming into last fight with an advantage on basically every ultimate bar the OC. The Rampage is the biggest threat.
Yeah, there's the overclock though. Oh, barely getting away from that shot is Neofry, but that's going to be enough as now Nevs has that rampage ready to go in a moment. But again, Click has found the first kill on to Fister.
They're backing
Can
up.
Nevs...
Very disciplined from them. They fully back up after one kill on your Tracer. Like, a lot of teams would commit there. I want to say even most teams would commit there, but it seems that they only want to take a 5-on-5. That's what they're comfortable in. That's what they're confident in. And as they walk back in now, we'll have to wait and see if this was the correct choice.
Yeah, they know they want to take the fair fight here because
they
have the ult advantage and the knife pull. Is that the pulse bomb as well? That's just disgusting. Nikachu's beat is just in a memory of Machu here, but Boosted trying to get a kill on Fister again. Nikachu has fallen. Late beat from Neofried. It's going to take one heck of a pulse bomb to find anything here, but all Boosted is finding is Fister in his face and a rail shot to boot. Machu is back on the ball, but only for a moment's notice. Everfrost will equalize the map score here after... Is that a reverse sweep on Flashpoint? Or do they...
I don't think it was a reverse sweep. But yeah, it was definitely a comeback, right? I mean, it was like two... It was already 2-1 at one point.
I think so.
It was like, it got to 2-1 and then they reversed, and then they got 2 in a row. Is what my gut is saying.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that bull pick, like, part of it is just unfortunate that last point comes down to that. But I think, you just have to swap earlier. Like, the ball was finding success, but on that last point, unless you get the boop, unless you get those really initial early hits, it's just useless. It just really, really struggles to find value.
So what do we see next then? Obviously, no hero bans means that we can't just stop something being played. But okay,
I believe it is Hanaoka from what my memory is serving correctly here, which I think is a quick academy choice. They did also play that earlier in their 3-1 against Dragon Vanguard or something of that name. Interesting is here as well because I've seen Queen a fair bit, but that's generally been because Had has been banned. But like, I mean, effectively, Had is always banned, it seems, for Quick Academy, and they do seem very resilient to playing into that meta. So maybe we'll see them kind of go that way, and maybe we'll see Everfrost mirror. As they kind of, they moved off of the Hazard onto the Queen to better deal with the ball. So it's nice to see a bit of, movement, less of the stagnation that the Hazard meta's kind of been pretty revered for, to be honest, at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like if we do go to Hanaoka, we're just gonna see Hazard. It's Hazard, and I think it's slightly harder to scale on Junk Queen on this map, so we're unlikely to see that. Right, there is some elevation where the leap is quite useful, but neither is those kind of really long distances that you see on like arguably Dorado, certainly like a Route 66, where Winston might actually be the stronger choice. I think you just play Hazard, and I think it might... Well, we'll see how it's going to end up going. Obviously, in that full Haz mirror, it was the advantage of Everfrost. We saw the Winston find the success for Quick Esports. So the real question is going to be, how much value can Machu get if he ends up going towards that Winston again?
Yeah, I think... Like, there are some points on... I mean, we didn't see them play the Hazard on... the Winston on Control Point. I think there's a bit more flexibility on the other maps. So every time we've seen them play a hero, it kind of makes sense-ish for those map choices, apart from the ball, I think, at the end. But you can see the principle behind it. So I do wonder, it's got to be a real kind of conundrum. Do you just give in to the Hazard meta, which you just don't feel comfortable on? It's clearly like the macro just isn't all there for the team. Like, it feels like whenever we see this team, if they're playing Hazard, it's a whole different team. They're never like finding the trades. Never the hero plays are being more just like throws. So I think maybe a little bit selfish. I don't want to see more Hazard, but I'm interested to see what they do bring out here. I think, but it's still in the face that in the face of the force that is that Hazard pick. So no substitutions either. So Machu is still in. I don't think Curfley is available by the looks of it.
This happens sometimes as well, But no, I think, remember, we're in this patch for another, what does that make it now? About 2 weeks. So I think we get season 15 in 2 weeks and change.
Oh, really?
So,
wow.
If I remember correctly, because season's 8 weeks, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, season's at 8 weeks. The mid-season patch was a week delayed, and it was last week, so...
Right. Oh,
3 weeks left to go. Now it's kind of 2. if you suck at Hazard, then maybe he gets another paper cut next patch. Smile.
Yeah, eventually, surely they'll.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, I don't. I think it might be more than 1,000 at this point, honestly, because this character just way too much, and I know it's going to be frustrating for Machu, especially because he did struggle initially with Hazard earlier on, but I think from what I heard about their scrims, they did seem to be finding a lot more success on this Hazard composition, especially recently. Like teams against they lost against in Scrimbox, recently really overtaking when they play this kind of pick. So it's going to feel very frustrating when you think you've refined this composition, but when it comes, to the real heat of it all, the real kind of forge where you get made or broken, it's kind of just fallen to pieces.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like, at least in my eyes, it seemed that the main difference is like Machu's mechanics didn't look fantastic on the Hazard. At the end of the day, I feel like whilst the macro is not pristine, at the end of the day, the macro between the Winston and the Hazard isn't massively different, right? It's still 4 similar members of the team, or the same members, and tanks which operate in similar-ish manners. I think what it ultimately comes down to is the good Hazard players are people who can just hit the slash into like wall headshot melee combo. People with crazy mechanics, and if you're not able to match that, then ultimately a lot of the hero's value is lost.
Yeah, and I think that is really where the cookie crumbles. Like we can talk about macro, we talk about all these kind of big plays, but if you're not hitting the shots, if you're not hitting the combos, then it's just not you don't have any fuel to like the whatever machinations you end up cooking up. And we are still waiting for the map here, Hanaoka. 2 minutes time to connect. Hopefully there's no more issues. I'm assuming Everfrost might be sorting out whatever issue they had on that last map. Which I believe is Little Plume that seems to be having issues, but it could be him just stalling for the team, or but they have connected now, so we should be heading in very shortly for you all.
So simply wait and see how long it takes to actually get everybody in, because unfortunately, this is just something that happens. I feel like Overwatch players are still better than Counter-Strike players. I'll tell you, if you get a Counter-Strike broadcast, then it will take everybody like half an hour to get into the lobby. Game's supposed to start at 6 PM. You're still there, 6:45, waiting for them to finish dicking around. It's madness.
Yeah.
So we had to wait a whole like 2 minutes, so it's not the end of the world for us.
Agony. Our goldfish Gen Z brains almost turned up. At least mine did. At least mine did. Maybe I won't speak for you, but I mean something else is going to be.
My soul is 90 years old, so
okay. Mine might be catching up looking at Quick Academy's roster because it's a little more of a classic look, but also going to be stressful into this Hazard comp, I think. But I have faith in it. I think the kind of close quarters of this map could favor the Hazard. The Malga here, but it's still going to be quite a tall order.
It's going to be somewhat tricky, most definitely, right? If you find a good slam, you're going to be very comfortable, but as you see, on the other side of the map is the most of Everfrost. You can't just engage onto them. Fist is on that bench, of course, the only variation. Compared to the Genji, I guess you have better chance of one-shotting somebody, and you can be a bit more of an annoyance, but we'll see if that has any difference.
Yeah, it's an interesting shape-up, but I think at the moment it's the Quick Academy, they just have to live and die by their engagements here. They do have a little bit maybe more brawl and sustain, these kind of longer fights. They cause also have a match. Is going in for that initial slam. HP so low. E trying to keep them up, but the entire rest of the team is years away. They've all been mind-controlled by the little rock shark that is Venture and have completely fled the scene. The disconnect they're showing, and it's resulted in a horrific painting of Machu's guts all the way across the other side of the map.
Yeah, surely you don't touch here. They look like they want to go for it. Oh, they committed just the wrong time. That's going to be worst case scenario, right? At least Extros gets one. But at the end of the day, that means Quick Esports are going to be significantly up. They're going to have defensive positioning on that flash, on that point B, sorry. And so Quick Esports, they're going to have to start this with a retake if they want a chance of capturing B, bringing us back into parity here.
Yeah, Quick... It's just so split. You can't split on this comp, so you have to be holding hands, touching tips, making sure you're already to go at the moment as your Malga slams in, and we're still waiting for Match to make that move. Ekros playing the high ground, actually going to scare away Flats there from it at the moment. A shot as well to get a flesh wound going, but immediately going to get responded in kind. The rush now on the point out for Little Plume is going to scare away Quick Enemy. Someone has to get a touch going. Malga slamming in, but the cleanse is pretty good to make sure everyone stands tall in the face of it. And Machu, the E was not able to be used successfully, and the overclock, so much damage pumping into every member of Quick Academy, and they're all falling like dominoes.
Yeah, that they are. 2 flashpoints taken lightning fast. There's a chance, of course, of the triple cap, but it is by no means likely. If you're Quick Academy, then, I mean, you have enough ults to repulse them. The best case scenario here for Everfrost is realistically bleeding out like the Orbital Ray. See what they can do is they begin the attempt here. Matthew, of course, moving over to the hazard. It's flattened. Not what you wanted to happen at all.
No, I also... Like, Matthew just gets kind of gapped by the wall there. That's unfortunate. But the rest of this comp, I just don't like it in comparison to this Lucio Kyrian. I'm actually going to invest the Ray to try and make sure that Tick doesn't keep coming through. But Nevs there will just kind of stroll away with the block. Everyone else, completely unfazed by that ultimate. Now Matthew was caught by Nevs' downpour. Good rally though comes out from Nikachu, but the beat, this big boost of resources, really able to overwhelm them. Yeah, they want this first point cap, and maybe it'll bite them in behind as everyone's been going and trying to save Nevs, but Fister in the meantime has been wreaking havoc from underground, and his kills are kind of going the way of Everfrost. Fister's found 3, and maybe they even get a tick off this. It is still very difficult given the spawn advantage, and I think that will be the
spawn's
case.
Too bad. It lost Flats first, Little Plume second. With no Kiriko, you just can't stay active, and so the kills go stereo. Decent for Everfrost, I guess. I mean, because now they're the only people with a functional ult. Right? The Kitsu is just stronger than the downpour. But at the end of the day, with a pick on to boost it, it's still going to be Quick Academy who have to throw another pause in, who have to go play into another retake.
Yeah, they always seem to be on the back foot here. Maybe they try and get out Fister first, but Matthew just can't even get close to Fister before they just start, legging it the other direction. So much emphasis is put on trying to clear out this venture, but to no avail. Now they have to walk into the setup pretty much still, but there's the venture going in, and there's the headshot coming out from Flat as well onto Xros. And Quick Academy's DPS, we were really heralding, praising in the last match. Holy, oh my goodness, that was a choice of words, but yeah, I feel that Quick Academy also kind of probably feeling the same way. They really want to keep going, they really want to push on, but it's been so long, and right now the wear and tear is really setting into them.
Yeah, most definitely. Everfrost, we'll see if they commit as hard as they did in the last time to try and cap out A. Obviously, they only need 2/3 of a point, and the cleanse will be enough to catch most of the downpour. Nev's already eliminated though.
Yeah, it's a nice catch, and that is kind of the issue with dealing with that hazard ult. You can only really cleanse if everyone's grouped up, but because everyone's so split all the time, it's not always that viable. Quick, it's always never a good sign on a flashpoint. The only point you're taking is your spawn, because you're kind of like expected to judge time giving your spawn advantage, but looks to be the case here. Maybe every attempt will come through trying to force an ultimate. Actually, Blats is popping that overclock in the face of the orbital ray, and easily going to get dashed on by Clickard there. And I mean, you get 1-for-1 ult trade. It's not all too bad across the board, but Quick, they just have to get some momentum going here.
And they've never been able to get it really anywhere, right? Listen, the advantage here is this is the first time they actually can set up first on the point. They've got decent positioning. If they can hold against the retake of Everfrost, they'll be in a decent spot, but Everfrost have just such a large ult advantage here.
Yeah, unless some big stun comes out from Nikachu, but actually a nice wall from Machu denies that rush, I believe, from going deeper onto the point from what I can see, which now lets the rest of the Academy kind of sit back and poke. That's a nice mitigation, nice little micro play coming out from Machu, and maybe that buys them with opportunity for an overclock from Xros, and there it is, it's popped, shots coming out, barely not able to take out Neophyte, but a big downpour. It's going to isolate Machu as well. Nikachu falling even in the midst of that rally. It just does nothing in the face of this venture and hazard slash damage. And yet again, Everfrost now on flashpoint point here, because that's a word we have to say, and Quicker back at their spawn.
That they are. Only one tick needed now, but again, the spawns being so close makes it just so hard. A 5-volt from Nikachu would be beautiful, but so far nothing connecting as they begin dowsing for a pick. It's a little bit awkward for Fister as they burrow around, but we'll be able to stable as of now. But with the point unlocking, we'll see if Everfrost want to commit to it as they have twice before, or want to just give over the cap right over point B again, which they've been so consistent at.
Yeah, again, it's such a difficult spot because if Quick do get in position, they have to use this blade. The next point could all be without any real backup, and again, Everfrost are now pushing themselves onto the point, really trying to get this on. But Nev's not able to get away. The cleanse, though, it's just enough for a moment, but not more than that. The trade has come through out onto Extra, so the match you alive and still in the fray. So much damage, so much pressure. I say, though, he has to have to use the wall. He has no armor, has basically no block, but now there is no Venture to worry about and trouble him as well. So Everfrost will flee the scene of the crime.
This is the best ult spot I think Quick Esports have been in ever, realistically. I think the only issue they could experience is Nikachu getting picked, because the Zen is going to be a weakness into the Venture. Okay, Rampage comes through. Ooh, big two-rooted.
Yeah, finally a good connection out from Machu, and this is exactly what you need. One ult used to re-snowball the fight, and the overclock invested from Everfrost. I do not know what we banged our head on to get that one, coming into the fight plan there, but I mean, hey, Quick Anime have to be pretty happy about that, as finally they managed to equalize this, and yeah, they've tied it up, and Fister will try and get themselves on the point even.
Well, the Venture can touch for a while, so you can get a second touch going with that Kasuna Rush. They can fight this.
Yeah, but there's the Trance and the Blade coming out, but Clickar's just been sent fleeing away so low now, and everyone falls apart. No, Quick! The Ultra Ray is the only shot now. Clickard finds one, but he's going to find now 5, all on his lonesome. Only Elku for company. I believe, I'm not sure where Elku is. Maybe when he was died, just caught a wave. No, they were hiding in the backline. There's no hiding from Clickard, though. He will get a deflect kill, but now it's all going to be on the retouch here. Nikachu's gone so early. He's been caught out there by a wall. Machu out now on the ball. Esros having to use this overclock. Actually, finding some nice clear damage there to find a kill on the soldier, but will give their life for the cause. It's all now on the slam from Machu. Can he sustain? Can he buy the time needed? There's no ults online for Quick, but there's the downpour coming out from Nevs. It catches onto Machu. Clickard as well. It's all falling apart. And Everfrost, they take map number 3.
And reach match point, elimination point in this series. If Quick Esports, if Quick Academy lose just one more map, they will be eliminated from FACEIT Masters and have to start thinking about their qualification into Expert Division instead. Everfrost are making it awkward. I'll put it that way. I think, unfortunately, it was a bit of a faster performance from Quick all throughout that map, right? In terms of fights they won, it was basically only when you're defending point A, which is essentially a guarantee that you win that, right?
Yeah.
On point B, they almost had one, but that's unfortunately all you can really say about it. Just a bit of a shutout there from Everfrost.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself because I really thought they could turn that around, but the Trance Blade just got nothing. The boop from the Venture, the boop from the Lucio, that Blade just unable to get going. I think once you've messed up your dash and once there's all beds in your face, it's just effectively just standing there trying to scare the enemies off, from the point. That's all you can do. And then they come back with their own ults. There's all a stagger onto the point. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a clash moment. You just kind of fight your spawn over and over again. But Quick nearly did manage to re-engineer themselves that win, especially with that downpour and the wasting of the overclock. But now they put themselves, in between a rock and a hard place, to say the least. They have to find now, the reverse sweep, to be honest. They've won the first map. They're now on the facing a match point here. Our next map, which is going to be Lijiang. No, it's not Lijiang Tower. We'll play Lijiang Tower first, but FACEIT is just lying to me, so we'll have to wait and see what map it's going to be. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I believe it would be an escort map. We played.
What?
Yeah, we played Lijiang first. I don't think we can just play Lijiang a second time. So we'll have to just wait and see what actually the map we go into. Lobby is set. We're just playing. I swear we played Lijiang the first time, or am I? We did. Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll see how that goes, because I mean, Quick Esports did win that map, so we'll take it. Quick, we won't complain too much, but that is bizarre. I'm assuming there'll be a bit of delay to figure that out. But I do think the map selection is going to be crucial, Spectrum. Where would you if you were Quick Academy, where would you see yourself willing to go? As I believe it might be an escort next or a push.
If you were playing escort and you were mainly winning ground tank trades, then you're kind of cooked, right? But maybe you could find some success playing like a circuit royale. I'm actually not familiar with the map pool. Why do they keep playing it, man?
Yeah, Everfrost do not like playing Lijiang. We've just been told the stat is 4 losses for them on Lijiang Tower. So yeah,
not exactly. Damn.
Not exactly. Only today. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll not be taking us to Lijiang a second time. Match is being played apparently. No, we're on Lijiang. Okay, apparently. I don't know what is going on there, to be honest. So hopefully,
I feel like we should check the rule books. I'm 90% sure that's not how the game works.
Well, I'm like, we're going into Lijiang apparently. So yeah, okay. Quick Academy won this last point. One was 2-1. So I mean, they're starting out on a look that won them that. That this Winston. I'm honest, just what is going on.
I'm a little bit gobsmacked. This isn't what I'd expect.
Second time.
Okay, we ball.
All right.
Quick Academy, they're back on the same. Everfrost more on that. Not even slightly. I'm so sick of Lijiang Tower. It's like King's Row. Guys, stop picking it. It does your caster's bloody head in. Honestly, you know how angry it makes me. But listen, we're in here. We're gonna wait and see if Quick Academy have still got that secret sauce with Everfrost Esports can close things out here.
Yeah, Everfrost looking to make this a 1-win, 4-loss today for Lijiang. I don't know how or why they brought themselves here again, but they have managed to situate themselves on the point nice and early. Just kind of leave them in a lot of angles to deal with from members of Quick Academy. Matthew looking for that initial hit. Will the rail come through? No, it will be dodged and dived away from by that slide out from flat. But they have managed to now get onto this point, but Booster will get their life for it. But actually, for 2 kills, Nikachu and Licard on the flank there. Getting some nice trades. I think that slightly favors them as now the damage dealer is both gone for Everfrost. It's all going to be on Nevs or headshots coming out from Little Plume to find some kind of impact. Matthew is full HP as well, free to frolic and dive around jumping, but somehow Neophyte and Nevs have killed 2. As without any DPS, they just, stepped up to the plate themselves. Oh my goodness, Clickard has found 3! Oh my goodness, the young Genji prodigy has come alive and made everyone else probably very, they're going to be cheesing himself with that one, and now they've count 30% of the point already off that one.
Yeah, Fister won't be able to clutch things out there, unfortunately. Just too much HP for him to burn through, so backs off, goes to the fast fight. I would maybe like to see an adaptation, actually, a little bit move it over to a Moira. I think would be actually really good here. Doesn't matter, this Matthew just goes down instantly. Yeah,
Matthew being forced to invest that bubble so early, and I mean, Clickard has found one. Is he going to do it again? I mean, everyone's kind of low, but no, he's used that in real life ultimate ability. Just want this match on cooldown at the moment, but 54%, not too unhappy with that.
Yeah, you're going to be more than comfortable enough with that, knowing that you can walk back in with your ultimates and start ult trading with Everfrost Esports. Honestly, with the Primal Rage, you probably have a better ult trade in general, as long as the downpour isn't just huge. The kids use pop, but nobody can really play in it, so it just forces a disengage.
Yeah, great disengage there. Actually, Clickard able to dash away, but only into the downpour of Nevs. But now it's Match's turn with the tank ulti. It's found one. Little Plume now next in his sights. They have deeper to get away. Yes, they will, but the boop is so good from Neophyte. No, that's tragic, and that's going to be a big amount of ult charge as well. I mean, Mashu, I think, really was on the precipice of getting a big primal there, but Neophyte sent him hurling off of that height instead.
And because of that, that's going to be Everfrost Esports taking the lead here, and they are also slightly better as well. See exactly how they elect to use them. But so far, it just seems to be battling the choke, whereas Fister actually getting involved with the blade.
Okay, Fister just really would like to make that dead. I mean, Machi
it
just
works
gets...
out. Wait, they're sending one of their ultimates. They just use 3 ultimates to get 1 kill. They're gonna Quick Academy are just gonna walk back in because they still have 3 ultimates and just walk over Everfrost Esports unless somebody finds like a mechanical pick, like right now.
I mean, Like that, yep, there's just Nez jumping on in, gonna take one. Matthew will find a trade. Exros, though, managing to get the numbers back to equal. The shots ringing out here. Matthew finding a second. I think it's a 2 versus 1 now, but Elku has no... it's 2 versus 2, as Nez still has the backing of Fister. Now it's a 2v1, but it flipped 92% on the point as well. Clickard and Nikachu now will bounce to contest, but Matthew is not able to get away. I'm not sure where that jump was invested, but he is now down. It's all going to be on a big blade or beat, but there's not even a beat able to get online. Nikachu is a solo beat from her. She's not able to employ it effectively. Elka will find a trade, but it's very unlikely to see more than just that. And Everfrost, they will take the map they previously lost the last time they saw it. Well, I was going to say earlier, but an understatement, like a map ago?
10 seconds ago, yeah.
10 seconds ago.
I think Nev's killed 5 there, by the way. I think he literally just like put his team in his bag. Like he definitely killed at least 4. 5 is more up for debate. Point is, that hero shouldn't be allowed to do that.
No.
More practically, the hero can do that, and the fact that Quick Academy can't is what's coming to bite them in the behind, right? Because no matter how well Matthew plays, Winston just can't fly around the map like that, one-shotting people willy-nilly. So now we head towards Gardens, where we first saw this Winston so long ago in 2 maps time. So now we'll see if Everfrost warming up has any change here, or if Matthew is able to lock things down again on the Winston.
Yeah, this was really where we saw that Winston, we saw him initially being played, but actually being played really to success. I think Matthew has just disconnected. No, I think he maybe lagged a bit there. He was kind of running into a wall, which will actually mean they can't get that much ahead. And Nikachu's taking a lot of damage. I think thinking Matthew would there to back them up. Matthew is going to be jumping in, trying to get initial hit onto Fister, but not going to come through just yet. Nearfried falling relatively low as the rest of Quick Enemy will take the back at this point, recoalescing for their next hit. Eyes are on Let's Put at the moment. They're playing pretty safe back at that bridge. Rail acquired Exros, but it's just a flesh wound at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of pressure onto Flats, who will be able to survive. The same could not be said for Matthew.
Just really believe in his team following up on that hit, but it's just too far. And this is the issue when you stuff yourself back into this corner. Like the team would just play all the way back up, and yes, neither team has actually even collected the point for the time being, but the first fight will go the way of Quick because they just have to reach so deep with so few resources to get even the initial hit going.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant, honestly. Lil Plume's going to have a significant lead on that Kitsu. They're probably just going to play early poke, see if they can farm up to their ultimate entirely, and then go in whenever Quick try and walk, is my guess for Everfrost's fight plan. It's exactly what they're going to do, in fact.
Yeah, Matthew trying to clear out the dojo here, but actually now is being cleared himself, and he's just going to lose his frontline unless someone comes to help him. And it's a 3-on-1, 4 members there, and the rush to just obliterate Matthew in that small dojo. Nikachu joining them as well. And the rest of Quick should get out here with their lives and with their own case in the rush to get back into the fight, but they just haven't been able to do anything. Like, not a single pick has come through, and they're almost 50% taken here for Everfrost.
It's getting up there very quick, and with the ult cycles going to be only even more healthy for Everfrost. And if this fight doesn't go in favor of Quick Academy, they might be cooked here.
Yeah, but it's off to a good start. Matthew find the first blow onto Fister, and Elku keeping everyone topped up with this Kitsune rush. Nevs, though, not able to receive the same treatment, and that will finally be a fight win, surely quickly going the way of Quick Academy, but it took 65% to acquire.
It took him a little while, but when all is said and done, finally that flip comes through. 72. Oh, a touch comes through, so a little bit more. Fister and Neophyte donate their bodies for chores and get a whole 2% off the back of it. Fair enough. Okay, so it's not one fight territory. It's like they get the flip, and then there'll be one touch. One, like, good fight. So it's not the end of the world here. I guess for Quick Academy now, the conversation shifts to can they do it again? Can they do it from the defensive side? Because now Everfrost have control about when the engage happens.
Yeah, and right now controlling is a bit of an understatement, as they're able to just completely mitigate the overclock, except if Neophyte runs headfirst into all those shots. I'm not sure what Frogger video they've been watched to get some kind of boot going there, but everyone will climb offline Neophyte. It's not going to work out like that. And now this has bought some more time. Yes, Everfrost are rounding up on 4 or almost 5 ultimates soon enough. Matthew, though, Primal invested Suzu to try and soften the blows. The Machu's health bar is falling so low, and the Kitsune are actually going to send him back. Blade invested, beat in response. Now Clickard has the option to go blading himself. Sight set onto Fister, but Fister has the blade. Clickard, you can't just keep challenging that. He gets cut down to size, and now Exros is next on the chopping board. Nikachu has been found by the downpour. It's all slipping away. Elku has invested that rush. Nevs is low. Can the trade come through onto the Machu's bubble? Is good. The cleanse as well, but it's just all futile. It feels like they're clinging onto the point still, though. This is valuable percentage building up. The blade now pulled from Clicker. The beat invested in response. Nice build there from Neophyte. And despite this is going back and forth as everyone's back on the point. Machu, though, sent off of it, as is Nez. Overclock should be the defining X factor here. Nikachu able to dodge so well there, but not Fist at the last moment. Kind of still holding on to this point. Can they get it to take the lead? Yes, they already have. And now it's going to come down to his last, 1.5, 2 fights.
That it is. Everfrost back in control of the bridge. Nobody has any ults. Maybe Exos can charge into an OC, but that's so far away, right? White Room rotate going to be gone for. Nobody picked off on the rotate. They can't jump in, otherwise they will get poked out. But if they stay at the back of the site, they will be off angle. So we'll see what the game plan is for Quick.
Yeah, and they have to think of something fast, especially like down a main piece, but that's how you do it. Clickard equalizes the numbers, finding the dash onto the over-aggressing Fister, but Nikachu just slashed down by Nevs. Nevs looking to kill 5 yet again, but Elku is building up rapidly to a rush. They need to keep Machu alive. No, the LOS just cut short, and as so is Machu's support. Rush is now out. The booster not able to get the receipts in time. Some headshots to come through, but are they going to be enough? Airshot has to come up monstrous, but can they even touch the point of throwing themselves on? Shots going wide. Nikachu know the rollout. It's gone awry, and they've gone falling flat to their face. And Li Zhang has been taken 3-1. A similar scoreline, a similar map as where we started, and just a bizarre ending to a bizarre journey for Quick Academy here.
Yeah. At the end of the day, mixed success, I think, for the organization. Obviously, the main team made it through no real problem, but unfortunately, Quick Academy, the same could not really be said. Just unfortunately, missing a little bit, so will be eliminated. Not the result I think they were looking for, but at the end of the day, I think they will be able to go back, improve off of these games, and as well come into Expert as probably one of the premier teams in that division. So unfortunate for them, but you know, it's what happens when you are only allowing 12 teams to make it into Masters.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to make that cut. Looking forward to see them performing in Expert, though. Like you said, we saw them really have that premier potential. You know, the younger prospects on this team, the older kind of veterans coming back. It's at Nicemek. It's a very likable team as well. And they did have a pretty strong start, which really was soured by like losing the map that you won late down the line. It's a bit of a rough situation to be in, hope mentally, but I'm sure this team will all be, you know, all too eager to get back into the swing of things, get back into working and improving. But yeah, that is going to wrap us up for today on this quick broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us, Spectre. Any very closing words for our stream here today?
Nah, I got nothing for you, man. It's always great to be on. I don't know when the next time I will be here is, but I just had a good time. It was always fun casting some Overwatch.
Yeah, I was expecting some like long political rant, maybe, but maybe that's for the next one. I'm sure you'll have that in the bank.
Nah, I don't have the energy for that today, man.
Yeah, that's for another day, I'm sure. But hopefully we'll see you around soon. And thanks to everyone for coming and watching, both the academy team and the main team in their journeys today. Hopefully we can bring you more of the main quick team action in that Master FACEIT League. But for now, that'll be all from us today, from Westy, from Mag/J as well, our observer and producer. So until next time, we will say good night.